Such a beautiful lie. When I still want you closer, I am longing for closure, and I'm wondering why. No matter what I do, I keep on falling for you. To get over such a beautiful lie. When I still want you closer, I am longing for closure, and I'm wondering why. No matter what I do, I keep on falling for you.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Trading Capital's daily live stream of the market open. It's Friday, the weekend. I am excited for that. All right, so let's jump into this pre-market action here. We have a couple movers on the session. Obviously, one of the main ones is NKE, Nike, gapping up on earnings. I should have taken the omen of my dad buying me a Nike World Cup jersey the day before yesterday. So we had some core PC come out slightly higher, 0.2%. You can see here on the right of my screen, yields are slightly positive on the session. Oil's looking for a continuation bounce here. Still trying to break out of this little bit of a consolidation range. Again, I'm watching it closely because if we do get that oversold bounce, there will be a continued trade in XOM. That was a nice little trade yesterday that we caught. You are seeing natural gas bouncing as well, pulling in from the highs on the intraday chart, but definitely a really big bounce off of the lows here. Retesting this daily chart wedge pattern. So nat gas is looking a little bit more constructive to potentially go higher. If it can get through this wedge pattern low, then we should retest this high range bar around 370. Trying to get back into that major gap up zone. A lot of liquidity sitting there. All right, let's jump into the main indices quickly. So IWM continuing to see a little bit of buying pressure. I do think that there's more upside. Upside channel takes us to about 219 and it's a rising target. I think all eyes are on SPY today. SPY is pushing all-time highs. So above its previous all-time high pivot, SPY is looking very, very strong, gapping up yet again. So again, China confirming deal, US trade deal. Breaking out of this wedge pattern. Let's see what type of a chart pattern we have. So again, we're still on tap for that 625 confluence zone. Hoping to get a pullback before. I'd like to take some calls, but we have these two little channels that we're trading into. Right now we're trading into this first preliminary daily chart channel on SPY. There is a chance that we can even push to this key zone here if you pull it back a little bit more. So we have two parallel channels that SPY could potentially be testing. All right. So right now we're into a bit of resistance. So I think what we're likely going to see is, again, SPY's strong and semis are strong again. You're seeing some strength across the whole market today. Things are green across the board. What is the mega caps right now? Microsoft's basically flat. nvidia up another 0.5%, Apple up 0.4, Google up 0.2, Amazon doing really well today, up 1.3, Meta's up 0.69, and Tesla up 0.3. So a little bit of positive price action across the board. And SPY's gapping up here, but what we could potentially see is, remember when the Qs gapped up into their all-time high, their previous all-time high? So this was the Qs gap up. When the Qs were trading intraday, they basically failed to take out the high on that Tuesday session. And then we woke up on Wednesday to a nice gap up, piercing and surpassing previous all-time high. But intraday, right at that high pivot is 940, we ended up selling right off back through that previous all-time high, filling the gap. And then obviously we had a really big trend the following day. So SPY's lagging by a couple days. If we follow the same sort of price action, SPY again couldn't close above its previous all-time high yesterday. It came just shy. Now it's gapping up just like the Qs did here on Tuesday, Wednesday. Could we see a nice little sell-off taking us back through that previous all-time high, grabbing that liquidity, and then maybe a continuation on Monday? So we'll see. We'll see. Qs are obviously very strong as well. But we'll focus on SPY today. So I think SPY could potentially also follow that same very similar chart pattern, but we should have a little bit more upside into the 614, 615 zone on SPY today, and then maybe a pullback. All right, let's. So we'll continue to watch SPY there. Let's look at Nike again. So Nike triggering that inverse head and shoulders, clear as day, into this gap. That's a that's a really strong move on Nike. So Nike is trading near the pre-market high there. It's looking fairly strong. I do think that there is a potential trade on Nike here. I would look to maybe get long off of the first pullback. Does look like Nike wants this gap fill around 71.90, 71.85. That looks like an interesting target for sure. Again, we do have another channel that we can observe on Nike. You can see Nike's trading right into the high of that channel. So there might be some profit taking off of the open. A few little resistance pivots can be observed right through this zone here. And that's kind of what we're trading into right now. So where would I get long Nike off of a continuation move is the question. Let's throw up two fib retraces. We're going to do a fib retrace from this high to this low. So yeah, we're 67.30 is a first level. And then let's narrow it down to a smaller gap up time frame. There you go. So you have a little bit of a confluence zone between 67.79 and 67.30 is kind of your first long entry area for Nike off of a continuation pullback. So if Nike was to get some sell side pressure back into 67.50 to 67.25, that would be a bit of a potential long opportunity for a continuation bounce higher. So that would give us from current levels a pullback of roughly about 3.5%. And that could look interesting for a continuation move higher. All right, some other pre-market movers. Let's just take a peek. As always, oh my God, sorry guys. This squirrel just went by my window and it looks friggin' beat up like it was in a fight last night. I think it's missing a half a tail or something. Anyways, let's see what else we got going on here. SMCI continuing, Micron seeing a little bit of distribution, AMD's green. Again, a nice bounce on natural gas. Let's take a look at QS again. Yeah, QS is just a monster still. Pulling back slightly. But that was a strong close for QS yesterday. That was a very strong close. Let's look at SMCI today. That's continuing to be a beast, breaking out, testing the $50 level. 3-bar surge here on the daily. I would suspect that SMCI might pull back and retest this previous high pivot. But then again, we are chasing the $71 gap. So I think today your upside on SMCI is limited to about 51, this gap fill. I would suspect it potentially taking a bit of a breather here. But very strong move on SMCI. Let's look at plug power again. That's looking like it's forming a bull flag trying to continue to break out. The big level you got to watch on plug is, can you get a break out of this 150 zone? Because if you do, then you trigger this inverse head and shoulders. Keep scrolling through here. We'll look at Mr. Tesla. Tessie. I've been waiting to get long. I'm tempted for a swing. But I'm a little disappointed in its price action recently, with the markets trending at all-time highs and just grinding and grinding higher. I'm quite disappointed in its price action. But maybe that's where the opportunity lies. So I just don't like this hourly chart setup. What I don't like about this hourly chart setup on Tesla, why I'm a little bit cautious. See this impulse green candle breakout candle? That was an epic surge on robotaxi hype and news. we've gotten a candle close below that, a bearish breakdown candle here. And then realistically, if you draw a trend line all the way through that candle, look how price action just keeps struggling off of that level. So this is potentially a very large hourly chart bear flag, a failed move. I don't like the fact that we are struggling to get a close back above this candle or inside this candle. So this is super, super bearish in my opinion. And I'm just letting it have a little bit more time to potentially trade. If we get some confirmed closes, so you can see we had a little peekaboo 1 hour close inside of these wicks, but then it was met with more selling. So if you can get 2 consecutive hours of closing back inside above this candle, then it looks ready, but that's kind of your line in the sand. I mean, you keep failing here and we should break down and go lower on Tesla. But I'm really not liking the fact that we can't recapture this impulse breakout candle. That's troublesome. And just like we had a little bit of a bear flag here, boom, big breakdown. This is forming a nasty, I mean a nasty breakdown. You know, and Amazon's been much, much more firm. That's bouncing. That's looking like a pretty healthy chart. So Amazon's continuing to grind here, putting the consumer discretionary ETF on its back. But Tesla, my oh my, looking a little bit weak for sure. And Amazon, the retest on Amazon, if we were to get a retest, 215 would be a buy. But right now it's just ripping to the upside. Alright, let's see what else we got going here. Let's look at that OST. What is that doing? That's down near the lows. So maybe there's a dead cat bounce, but nothing really there that I'm seeing yet. Intel, INTC gapping up as well at the highs of these pivots. Again, Intel does look like it's breaking out, but it's one that every single time it gets a breakout, it just, boom, gets slapped right back down. So I remain a skeptic on Intel. It's just been trading in this massive basing formation for such a long time. And I mean, the fact that you're into these wicks again, obviously the market's been strong, which is helping it, but if the market takes a bit of a sell, Intel's also going to fall lower. AMD still continuing to hold steady at these highs here. Again, that was a really bad trade on my part, getting to those 140 puts, which are most likely not going to do anything for us. We would need a catastrophic fall to the downside. But AMD, I mean, just another monster itself. Maybe AMD wants to retest this key zone up here, but I really thought it would see some resistance here, or at least pull back to this downsloping trend line. But crazy price action in semis, crazy price action. They're just the hot sector of the market right now, with nvidia still gapping up. Alright, PLTR still holding steady here at the highs. Another name that I think should see some distribution, but again, market has been strong, so a rising tide lifts all those boats higher. Let's look at ticker Wolf Speed, WOLF. Near the lows, I mean, this is getting interesting for a potential dead cat bounce. Oversold daily RSI. You are putting in a massive weekly divergence here. High risk. Trading near the all-time lows here on Wolf Speed. Wow. Crazy. It's kind of interesting for a bit of an option penny stock play. We'll take a peek at gold and silver for you. Yeah, the fear got sucked out of the market. Good to finally see gold getting clobbered. So what looked to be an inverse head and shoulders. Still could be, but remember the level that I have here on gold, the key technical level is this impulse green candle. Look what we're piercing today. Yeah, I'm already short gold with common shares. So I'm short GLD. Again, it's been a tough one, and my average is sitting here at 306.46, but I've been short gold for a number of weeks here, and I think I got short right in around this late April zone, but look at it, we've just been chopping, right? So I'm now finally getting some positive price action, but my average on GLD is around 306.46 there. So I'm already short gold. It's just been taking a lot longer. Now, this is an asset that's been in a terrific bull market. So dips are likely going to get bought, and you can see the trend line for this inverse head and shoulders is still coming up around 32.56, and then if you pierce that, you have this massive trend line going all the way back to your 2024 pivot high, which will also be really good technical support. So it's still a very strong tape here for gold. There's going to be a lot of levels that I think people are going to continue to try to accumulate in, but we are finally starting to see it break down. Fear is getting sucked out of the market. So I mean, if GLD is breaking down, let's take a peek at GDX. That's also violating potentially some key levels here. You know, you break this wick on GDX here, this 50.67 low here, and I mean, it's got quite a bit of room to potentially at least fall to that previous little weekly high pivot zone. But it's still a tough short. Even though it is falling today, it's still a tough short. I mean, we're not going to get, you know, I don't think we're going to get 10 to 20% drops consecutively in gold. It's probably going to be between 5 to 8% pullback, then a decent bounce, maybe 3 to 4%. So it's a tough short. You're not looking to squeeze, you know, crazy gains out of gold. That's for sure. You know, and the only concerning thing to me about shorting gold is the Dixie's still coming into my target here. So the bigger level to go in with size in gold is when the Dixie bottoms here at a pierce of 97. So it's close, 96.80. I have this massive long-term level on the DXY. Let me just erase this. So it's almost there, guys. The Dixie is almost there. Take a look at this trend line on the Dixie. This could be a sign going all the way back to 2011. Then your pivot low in 2021. This is a huge, it's the mother of all trend lines on the US dollar index. And if it breaks down, well, I suspect they're going to try to sweep the liquidity through it. I do suspect that. But, this is likely where gold will really be a true short, because the Dixie's close to bottoming, and then we could maybe see the equity markets also get a little bit faded as the Dixie starts to bottom. So that's another factor as to why the market has been relentless recently, because look where the Dixie's trading. I just want to, out of curiosity, let's look at this parallel channel on gold. Yeah, you can see this parallel channel on the dollar index is really starting to also potentially come into play. That target could be around 96, low 96. If you extend it right from that low pivot, maybe a sweep of 96 as well. So we're getting close. Anonymous reasoning just is risk off over gold and silver. Yep, risk off for sure. Yeah, silver on the weekly chart still not looking bad, right? Daily chart coming in a little bit today, we're down 1.78%. But you look at the weekly chart, silver still could push higher. It's one that's lagged gold, so I'm not too it's a confusing term, Anonymous. But silver's not looking too bad in terms of the weekly chart. Again, you can see a lot of buying pressure right at these lower wicks, trying to defend this impulse green candle. All right, let's keep scrolling through some charts here. Let's look at Robinhood as well. Oops. Yeah, Hood also strong. The whole market's strong today, so I mean, we're seeing some continued buying pressure across everything. Another name that I think is super extended. Let's look at SoFi. So SoFi today continuing to break out, testing potentially this gap window, but there is a high pivot. You see these two high pivots here on SoFi. That's a really interesting level on SoFi. Potential little short there around 17.16. Yeah, Ryan's saying SoFi should drop around 17.11. Yeah. You know, it's looks like it wants to target this gap and all-time highs as well. But it is starting to get a little extended here. RSI is actually on the daily not that extended. It could squeeze a little bit more, quite a bit more actually. So it's still a tough short. You know, you have that weekly gap sitting around just below 18 bucks. But it could be a rather large weekly inverse head and shoulders that is forming. So if you're wanting to scalp short SoFi, I mean, realistically, the better level is going to be around 1770. But it looks like it's starting to squeeze here. Really starting to squeeze. And it does have some room to run. It actually does have a lot of room to run. And again, if SoFi triggers this bit of a weekly formation here, it's a large weekly inverse head and shoulders. That takes you well into new all-time highs. So SoFi looking pretty interesting. All right, let's see Google. Google continuing to test higher here. Very strong chart on Google. Google again, still building off of its momentum from yesterday. Google again, I sold all of my 175 calls for a nice little profit. Let's look at Apple today. Apple up about 73 cents. Apple's looking a little bit more constructive here. I'm not getting too excited on Apple because it's just been chopping in this wedge pattern. You can see we're approaching the apex of the triangle very closely here. So I mean, if Apple finally wants to break out of this wedge pattern, there's going to be a pretty big move to the upside. I still have an upside target of Apple around 260. Basically back to double top, and that could correlate with maybe nvidia and Microsoft seeing some distribution. There's a lot of capital that could chase Apple as it's a little bit more undervalued compared to those two behemoths now. So we'll watch Apple. Again, I'm long the Jan 16th 225 calls. That's the only position I have in Apple. It's a bit of a longer term play. At the very minimum, I think Apple is going to try to break out and retest this trend line, which, you know, kind of puts it near that 225 target, 220, 225. So we'll watch Apple. It is strong today. Let's look at AMC. What's that doing? That's trying to move up. How's GameStop doing today? GameStop still inside of that red bar bearish breakdown. Let's look at Coinbase. Yep, Coinbase seeing a little bit of a pullback. Still an epically strong chart. Epically strong on Coinbase. That's quite crazy. Let's look at Bitcoin. So Bitcoin just taking a minor breather. This is actually constructive, right? A pullback right before this resistance, this 109 resistance, is very constructive because what that gives us is it's setting up for a potential bull flag surge into a new all-time high on BTC. I do think that that is coming. You had a nice failed breakdown here, which looked like it was triggering a little bit of this M-top formation, head and shoulders. That has now been negated. I think that BTC is going to consolidate and boom, make one more spike higher into all-time highs. That's what I see for Bitcoin. Let's look at Ford. Ford is still okay. Teladoc continuing to try to break out of this range, this lower range here. Let's look at Carvana. Carvana bouncing a little bit here. Let's look at some of those high volume names from yesterday, see if there's any continuation. So BBAI still at the highs of the session, looking to squeeze here. BBAI next stop is about 630, but look at that epic reversal back to the high side. Strong chart. Very strong. Little extended intraday. Daily chart's okay, but 4-hour and hourly chart need a little bit of backing and filling. How's the CYN doing? That's retracing some of its gains, trying to push back up. ASTI, nothing to do there. NU is very strong. Yesterday, looking to build off of some momentum. Cores, wow, Cores at the highs again. Look at that volume yesterday. So the average 30-day volume is 13.73 million on Cores. Yesterday it traded 91.96 million. Almost, wow, almost 9x. That's pretty crazy. And Cores looks like it wants to, CORZ, looks like it wants to try to sweep these highs. No, I don't see it. I mean, you just got to time it right? If Apple can make a nice push over like a 1 month time frame, that should be fine. AAPU should be fine. I don't see any risk there. Like you said, you mentioned a little bit of decay, but that's the risk of going into leverage plays, right? So I think you're okay. Again, Apple, just keep in mind, Apple still can chop for a couple weeks into this area. Remember, quarterly statements will be issued at the end of the month here. I mean, quarter 2 is coming to an end. It'll take a little bit to issue them, but quarter 2 is coming to an end. Apple's significantly underperformed. So the problem with that is underperforming stocks at the end of the month typically do get sold into because people don't want to say, hey, we were long the majority of our portfolio in Apple, but you missed out on nvidia and Microsoft, right? So it could still see some selling into the end of the month. Obviously, we are approaching that time frame. Monday is the final trading session of quarter 2. So we really have 2 days left before Apple, I think, could start to perk up. I think Apple is more of a quarter 3 stock. I think it will be. Anonymous saying I have it approaching the lower end of a log channel dating back to 2005. I'll liquidate the whole port and go in commons or leveraged. Okay. Let's look at this Ultimmune. That's still holding steady. Again, Tesla seeing a little bit of strength. WBD, Warner Bros. This chart is looking fairly interesting. WBD, from a technical long standpoint, this is one that could continue to catch a bid. It's looking like it's trying to break out past this wide range red bar reversal candle. It is looking very constructive to go higher, I think. It really is. Clear daily chart breakout. I'll be curious to see if it can get a weekly close above this red bar candle. If it does, then we should see a move at least to about 1150 on WBD. But it's slowly grinding higher. Nice ascending triangle on a daily, flat top resistance, higher lows. It's looking quite interesting. Ames is still stuck inside of this resistance zone. Nothing to really do there. Alright, let's scroll through some more charts here. Let me actually just grab some more coffee. And so we may have a SPY short setup today. That's pretty much what I'm looking at, but it's a little bit higher. A little bit higher. And then we may have a Nike continuation long. Alright, let's scroll through some more names here. Let's look at XYZ. That's still just holding steady. Again, Micron under a bit of pressure as well. Micron, I suspect, still needs to try to target this gap fill around 122. Underperforming over the last two sessions as the Qs and semis are ripping. Micron seeing a bit of distribution off of that earnings sell-off. Let's look at some China names. I was looking to potentially go long China. A name like Baidu was sort of interesting to me. What's that doing? That's coming in a little bit today. Just looking at some of these energy stocks now. Valero looking to perk back up here with crude oil. Rig still struggling. Let's look at some of these natural gas stocks since it is bouncing sharply today. So EQT still holding a very, very bullish breakout. Anonymous saying Yumsi was my first ever option play. Very cool. Very cool. My first ever stock that I traded was Cisco. Can't remember my first option play, but common shares was Cisco for me. Wow, strong chart on Cisco. Look at that. Wow. Pretty crazy. Pretty strong chart on Cisco, guys. Breaking out here. There might be a short setup on this name. Let's see where we're going. No short yet. Cisco's got some room to run still. But look at that strong chart on Cisco. Interesting. How's Costco doing? Costco's looking somewhat weak on the session. Let's look at some of these insurance plays. They caught a nice bid. I was looking at PGR for a potential long as well. This one's almost ready. I think we are getting a bit of a liquidity breakdown sweep here on PGR. If we swept this little low pivot here into this gap, I would consider taking a stab on the long side of PGR. More of an institutional stock. How's Caterpillar doing? Celsius, still a strong chart on Celsius. Kava. Kava's at this interesting point as well. Oversold on the daily. Trying to perk up here though. I had it going a little bit lower. Sweeping these lows, but for the time being it's looking strong. Again, a nice gap up today on Boyle after that bottoming tail yesterday. Let's look at Alibaba. Baba just holding in a bit of a holding pattern here. Also forming a wedge pattern. We just don't know which way it's gonna go as of yet. But coiling inside of this wedge, that's a sharp wedge pattern on BABA. You get a breakdown, and we're we're gonna test some lower price here around $100. But if you can break out here, BABA does have a potential. So a little bit more data is needed to determine the likeliest outcome here. Boeing still trying to firm up here. Let's look at ARM. ARM still holding steady into a ton of resistance here, but the semiconductor theme is strong. ASML falling yesterday, back testing a key zone, gapping up today. Textbook. Look at how these institutionals trade. Very expensive stock, ASML. Not many retailer trading this name, but look at that. Breakout, sell off, right back to your previous support. Boom, now it's gapping up a few percent. Too bad all stocks don't move like that. Lithium stocks. Now, lithium's an interesting theme as well. It's been absolutely demolished. A name like Albemarle Marley, ALB. Look at this decimation. I mean, going from a high of around 330 plus into some massive technical support going all the way back to 2011. This is more of a swing trade setup, but it is trying to break out of this falling wedge pattern on the weekly time frame. Daily RSI still has a lot of room to run, so this is potentially the next little theme that could catch a bit of a bid. Maybe. Let's see the volume trends of recently. See how volume's starting to uptick. Average 30-day volume is about 3.46 million. You're trading around 4 million shares, so that's looking somewhat interesting. Lithium. Interesting. AISP. AISP, every time it gets up here, they're selling into it, but it's gaining a lot of momentum to have an epic breakout to the upside. AISP, again, we made a nice little profit off of that name, but we'll see if we can get a re-entry based off of another pattern. AI still had a strong move yesterday, looking to try to recapture some key channels. Let's look at AFRM. Nothing to really do there in my opinion. Adobe. Yeah, Adobe's still weak. I have it going lower. ACN bouncing nicely. Let's look at Archer. This is a hot name that a lot of people have been chasing. Archer Aviation. Whoopsie. Sorry, guys. Alright, pull all these charts back up. I minimized all my charts there. Let's look at some of these cannabis names. MSOS was looking interesting when I looked at it a couple days ago. Yes, I did want a reminder on MDB. Thank you very much. Let's take a look at MDB. Mongo. Yeah, Mongo's, again, still looking constructive. You've triggered an inverse head and shoulders on the daily. You roped in all of this liquidity, back tested the neckline, bouncing and holding. I do think that Mongo is setting up here for a potential run. So trading at 210 right now. Let's look at intraday price action. Thanks for the reminder, Anonymous. So you can see MongoDB is trying to trigger this little inverse head and shoulders. I mean, really the big level you need to get above. If you're conservative, you can use that trend line. So a break of 211.50, 211.60. If you're aggressive, then a break of that trend line, which we're actually breaking and testing today. Looks quite interesting, MDB. How's Lululemon doing today? Lululemon trying to firm up. Probably catches a bid with the help of Nike pushing higher. Let's look at Under Armour. Under Armour again also looking to potentially firm up here. Let's look at some of these consumer discretionary names. How's Ulta doing today? Ulta's one that I have on watch for a swing trade continuation. It's broken out. The only concerning thing is this rather large gap. But if it can hold above this 459 level, Ulta's also another long trade. Vegas stocks look pretty good, honestly. Some of them look like they're poised. You look at LVS. LVS is ripping through a breakout here. MGM looks like it's also close behind, so they look pretty good. So, you know, we might have some consumer discretionary stocks firming up here. Obviously, Tesla is in this basket. Nike's in this basket. Amazon's ripping here. So maybe Tesla is getting ready for a potential move higher. Let's look at Win here. Actually, this pool hit my level. I have a nice little back test here on POOL. The only problem is the volume's not a million shares. That's the only concern I have with this name, but for a bit of a longer term hold, pulls actually into this rather interesting support zone, going all the way back to 2017, 2020. I think at the very minimum this name can firm up and retest the high of its wedge pattern, so move to about 350. Let's look at some of these home builders. Home builders also look interesting, guys. Their charts are starting to firm up here. So some nice basing formations coming off of a higher low pattern here on DHI. Again, you can see this inverse head and shoulders that is trying to potentially trigger here. So DHI, DR Horton looks really strong. Pulte Homes, very similar as well, trying to break out. A little bit smaller of a company compared to DHI, a little bit less volume, but also one that has a strong, once it starts to break trend, it can really start to go. And this is looking like a clean pattern. So keep home builders on watch because they are potentially starting to firm up here. Maybe we continue to see interest rates fall a little bit, which helps home builders. And you can see interest rates have had a really big failed breakout rejection, starting to lose some key technical levels and putting in some potential lower highs and lower lows, US 10-year yield. So this might support the thesis of home builders potentially going higher. Another one, Lennar. I like Lennar a lot. I do. I like Lennar a lot. Lennar's sitting right on a massive weekly chart support level, a 50% retrace. We got some key supporting trend lines. Nice oversold condition. The RSI on the weekly chart's trying to firm up here. Nice positive divergence on the daily. Another name that could firm up. Let's look at ITB. That's the ETF for home builders. Yeah, so home builders look like I think home builders are almost ready here. The only concern is ITB maybe has one more little swoop to the downside. So that's one of the cautions that I've been trading and waiting for ITB to test this channel. Cabinami is looking at Netflix. How much higher will Netflix go? Netflix is going to go to 5,000. No, I'm just kidding. Not anytime soon, but Netflix is just trading with the markets, right? It's a market stock, so market's been going higher and higher into all-time highs as seen on SPX and the Qs, but it's into some resistance, right? You see this trend line. a lot of stocks are into resistance. That's been the trending theme. A lot of mega caps, large cap stocks are into resistance. You got this negative divergence on the RSI, so obviously it's doesn't mean it's guaranteed to fall, but it's a very large negative divergence on the daily, an even larger divergence on the weekly. I think Netflix is due for a pullback. Again, it's in a very strong uptrend, so as how much of a pullback? Right now, I would suspect that it should at least give us an 8 to 10% move to the downside, but it's still a very tough name. People are chasing this market higher and higher. The S&P on a larger time frame has broken out and is pointing to higher price, and people are chasing that. But we should get a dip eventually. But right now, I mean, your next sort of, it's in uncharted territory, so you can't really define any upside resistance. The only things you can really start to do is look for some symmetrical moves, previous rallies. So, I mean, if you look at this previous rally here, from this low to this high, and you extrapolate that forward, you can maybe see Netflix next resistance around 1343. So it's very hard to chart all-time high resistance. You can only look at previous moves. So what I just did there was I took this low to this high. That was a recent rally. Then you got a little bit of a pullback. Pull it forward. That gives us a target around 1343, 1347. But again, it's had a phenomenal run along with the indices, and I'm hoping for a market pullback into this area because there's a lot of names that I think are setting up structurally for a continuation move higher. All right, 8 minutes left in the session, and I'm just going to get myself some coffee, and we'll run through this S&P. S&P actually starting to lose that all-time high, guys. S&P starting to lose that all-time high. Back below the all-time high on SPY. I was hoping it would propel itself higher, get into that resistance so I could look to fade it. But if SPY ended up selling off today into its gap, there could be an aggressive long trade there. That's kind of what I'm going to wait for. Let me grab some more coffee. I'll be back in a minute, and we'll set up for the opening session here, guys. Before we jump into things here, I just got to bang out my opening push-ups here, get some blood pumping so that we are locked in for trading. So again, I think SPY has an upside potential today around 615. And that's observed by this intraday hourly chart channel. So if we were to push into that area, I'd look to potentially scalp short. And then in terms of a long level, I think there's going to be a lot of underlying strength on every dip. I would love to see the 607 gap, but I don't think that's going to happen. So we'll wait for price action to give us a little bit more data. But you have some aggressive intraday longs. 611 would be your first aggressive level to buy long. I'd be more inclined to wait for 610, maybe even it pierce that level. But we'll see how we open here. I'm just going to tune you into some of my other screens here. So we got nvidia here. I'm watching a few other things. I got oil up, natural gas. And remember, potential trade on Nike. I isolated that level. The level that I would consider taking a retrace long on is around 67.30. It is pulling back now. So keep Nike on watch. All right, we got a few minutes here till the open. SPY is set for a gap up. See if we can end this on a positive note, guys. Extrapolate some profits. Gold getting clobbered, down 2.23% on GLD. Smokes. Tesla's gone negative here, down 0.42%. Come on, let's see what we got. Let's be patient. Some opportunities. Again, I'm watching Nike here, guys, so if it comes into my level, I will let you know. Here we go. So open. SPY opening below previous all-time high. So SPY opening below previous all-time high. nvidia is still looking strong. Nike just absolutely ripping face here. Nike ripping face. Tesla, they're dropping Tesla. Tesla's already getting smoked. Wow, look at that. Tesla's getting absolutely knifing through that bear flag. This is exactly what I was concerned about with Tesla. SPY strong, Tesla weak. That's a nasty little theme. All right, where would I take Tesla on the long side? That's the question. SPY tapping previous all-time high. Monster move. A monster move. BBAI trying to break out. Tesla catching a bit of a bid here. S&P still looking strong. Bitcoin slightly negative. Nat gas still up 2.5. Apple up 0.3. So Tesla's lagging here quite immensely. Palantir's gone negative. Guys, Palantir's breaking down here as well. PLTR is seeing a really nasty sell-off on PLTR. You can see SPY getting slightly rejected here. Tesla at the lows, guys. Tesla at the lows. All right, Tesla looks interesting then. Nike at the highs. No trade yet on Nike. Maybe I have a short level on Nike. There is an aggressive short level on Nike. Right into that gap fill. Gap fill Pierce. You know, Tesla's going to weigh on that ETF. Remember, Tesla and Amazon are some of the biggest components of XLY. How's Amazon doing here? SPY seeing a little bit of distribution at the highs here. Running into that previous all-time high. Tesla's still breaking down here. Looking pretty nasty. CoreWeave seeing a bit of reversal. Oklo, strong move on Oklo. That's trying to firm up here. SMCI getting faded. QuantumScape getting faded here. Palantir getting rocked down 1.74% on PLTR. Alright, Tesla's still falling, market's still strong. You think in the next earnings call they're going to split? Who's that? Palantir? Oh, Netflix. Yeah, Netflix still holding steady up here. SPY, come on SPY, give us higher and I will look to enter a short. No trades yet for me. Tesla's on watch for a bigger breakdown. LCFY up 343%. It's crazy how some of these stocks move. Watching Carvana if it drops. Yep, Carvana looks like it's going to be a short today. That's also trying to fall here. Whoops. Wow. Look at Palantir just dropping off the face here. Look at that drop. Down 2.59%. Nasty on Palantir. Nasty, guys. Looking at taking profits on my Palantir put. We're riding the 143 July 3rd put. Alright, just Took half of my profits off the table on Palantir, 143 put. Again, I did take profits on my 143 July 3rd Palantir put. Half the profits. Nice little gain, sold at 550 a con. And Palantir, there's a bit of a scalp long. If we flush into this key zone here, 137.80, I have an aggressive long on PLTR that I would consider. So I'll keep Palantir on watch, but there is a potential aggressive long on PLTR, but it's a little bit lower. All right, what else is shaking and moving? SRFM. Yeah, so that SRFM Palantir bought, they are up 7.3% right now, right? So still looking strong. Ames is trying to get out into that gap window. EKTX. Natural gas still booming here. Natural gas is still looking firm. Solar stock still doing well. What the hell's happening with SPY here? SPY is gunning here, guys. SPY is absolutely running. Through all-time high. Previous all-time high, I should say. Tesla still struggling. Netflix slightly red. SMCI's gone red. Tesla getting a big wick here. Tesla looks like a continuation short. SPY looks like a bit of a fade opportunity as well. I'm just standing by. Getting a little bit more candle price action. Yields are trying to move up. Natural gas is ripping face here, guys. Look at UNG go, guys. UNG is roaring here. Natural gas is roaring. Breakout on natural gas intraday. Trying to firm up here. Nice move. WTI crude also trying to break out here. Oil's trying to rip. XOM might be a trade here, guys. XOM might be a trade here. I'm looking at some XOM calls again. Ooh, XOM. I like it. XOM. Crude oil firming up here. Alright guys, I'm taking 110 calls on XOM. 110 calls on XOM. Not in yet. I'm not in yet, but I am liking XOM 110 calls. Come on, oil. Alright guys, I'm waiting to see if XOM can get a minor pullback. SPY's pulling back slightly, but I'm looking at the 110 July 3rd calls. 110 July 3rd calls. They're around $1 right now. I'm very intrigued about getting long. What a pump on AMD. Yeah, AMD just ripping there. Crazy, eh? Crazy. SPY still holding, consolidating above that previous all-time high. Alright guys, I just took a fill on XOM. At $1, I'm long the 110 calls. Let's play ball. There we go. Come on. You're getting a lot more positive price action hitting the tape right now. Amazon up 1.5. Tesla still down 1.2. Micron struggling. Biotechs are under a bit of pressure. Yeah, AMD's up 2.63% again. Extraordinary. Nvidia is still surging here, testing 156 up 0.64. Let's go XOM. Come on. Again, we traded XOM nicely yesterday. Let's see if it can try to firm up here again for us. SPY's still pushing to the highs. Still grinding. You got strength in semiconductors again, and all your mega caps except for Tesla are green. Actually, Microsoft just started to go red. Microsoft did just start to roll over a touch here, guys. Yeah, exactly, JP. Making sure I keep the title of it, Mr. XOM. But again, the more you trade something, the more likely you're gonna obviously make a wrong call. Maybe it's today. XOM is down as the market's strong, but Microsoft's seeing a bit of distribution here. Crude oil finding some top wicks, selling off slightly. XOM could be shaping up a rather larger inverse head and shoulders as well on the 15-minute chart. We'll see if that wants to shape up. It is seeing some selling with crude oil. SMCI down about 1%, Tesla down by 0.7. Nike's starting to come in. So Nike was a short off of that gap fill. It pierced it by almost a, what was that? A full $1. So Nike starting to see a little bit of selling, up 15% on the session, phenomenally strong on NKE. Palantir still getting clobbered, that's down 2.7%. Again, we took a nice little chunk off our Palantir puts. Let's see, XOM, come on. Oil can firm up here. We should see XOM make a nice bullish reversal. Amazon still up 1.75%. Meta up 0.65%. Apple up 0.6%. Google up 0.3%. Nvidia up 0.5%. Microsoft slightly negative by about 50 cents on the session. Tesla struggling here. All right, guys, we have a opening range that just formed here on SPY. So we have an opening range that just formed on SPY. All right. So we're testing the high of the range again. It's an aggressive short on SPY here. It is an aggressive short. Oil seeing a bit of distribution here, selling off slightly. Still up about 1% on the session, but coming in. Again, this is an aggressive short on SPY. I'm not taking it yet. I want to see 614 at the minimum. Apple still doing well. Tesla's catching a nice bounce here. Still slightly negative on the tape though. Oil dipping here. Alright guys, I'm looking to actually gonna probably cut these XOM calls. Just seeing what oil does here on the next couple minutes, but it is starting to see a little bit of distribution. XOM's coming down. There's some minor support coming into play on crude oil, so I'm still holding until we see a break of 65 on WTI crude. Again, Microsoft seeing a bit of distribution right at that opening range on SPY. So right now IWM is lagging the three indices. Qs and SPY are neck and neck. Qs slightly leading. Bitcoin struggling, gold still down about 2%. SMCI taking on the chin, that's down 1.24%, seeing a nasty reversal. Palantir struggling immensely here. Got Tessie making another bullish reversal. Back to the high side. Again, that's an aggressive short on Tesla right into its gap. Let's look at Apple. Apple's still trying to trend here. Nvidia. I don't know why my Nvidia chart won't load, but Nvidia is starting to come in just a little bit at the opening range low here on Nvidia. Microsoft also seeing a bit of sell side. So again, Amazon really strong on the back of Nike. Nike still holding firm, but coming in a little bit here. SPY still holding steady. Ticker BTBT catching some volume, trying to work itself into this gap. Interesting. Alright, XOM's coming down a little bit. Crude oil struggling a touch here. SPY still holding steady. Microsoft still slightly negative. Nat gas up 3.6%. Let's look at EQT and AR. EQT is negative on the session despite nat gas ripping here. Interesting. Very interesting. So is Antero Resources, AR. That's also negative on the tape. Alright, XOM trying to catch a bit of a bid. SPY still just hovering here. Well above its opening range. Making a breakout. Snapchat up 9% today. What the heck happened to Snap? Reddit expands. That's old news. Wow, Snapchat just ripping here, guys. SNAP. Look at that move. Holy. Right into some daily chart breakout levels. Inverse head and shoulders. So Snapchat ripping. Nice little reversal on XOM, guys. And again, SPY is coming up into my short range. I have technically 614.76 is a short range. I'm looking at maybe fading Tesla. Tesla's really struggling despite SPY charging and grinding. Crude oil trying to bounce a little bit. I'm considering taking some Tesla puts, guys. I'm considering shorting Tesla. With the high pivot as a stop loss. Tesla showing some really weak tendencies right now. Palantir still at the lows, but finding some technical support as we speak. Maybe a 0 DTE trade here on Tesla. I'm looking at 320 puts on Tesla with a potential 326 stop loss. I am interested in shorting Tesla. Contracts around $1.09 on the ask. We're still trying to hold steady. Tesla's trying to rip through and go green on the session. It's going to help SPY. There goes Tessie. Alright guys, I'm short Tesla here. I got filled at 90 cents. 90 cents. I'm short Tesla, 90 cents. The 320 put. 0 DTE, high risk. This is super high risk, guys. High risk. Market's still strong. Trending steady here. SPY's still trying to trend here, guys. Alright, so we're still long XOM, 110 calls, short Tesla with a 320 put. High risk though, guys. This is a high risk put on Tesla. We're looking for a move back down to the opening range low. SPY still holding steady though. I don't like the fact that Tesla's been lagging the consumer discretionary sector and the market, but we'll see. We will see what happens here. Palantir now down 4.4%. Those puts are still flying, guys. Nvidia is still up about 0.5% on the session. XOM trying to see some more distribution. Crude oil still trying to hold steady and bounce. SPY still just trending. Wow, look at SPY, man. Holy. SPY is just ripping. Tesla trying to make a move. Look at the short squeeze on SPY. Whoa, look at the move on SPY. Alright guys, we're getting into a short zone on SPY. We are getting into a short zone on SPY. It's an aggressive short. But we're looking at maybe even a tap of 615. But 614.80 looks very intriguing. Almost there on SPY. If you're wanting to short SPY with 0 DTEs, you could look at 614 puts. If you're very aggressive, 613s. nvidia is still strong. Nike's still up about 14%. Really no pullback in Nike. Let's see if SPY wants to give us any sort of a downward shift. Tesla's trying to make itself. It's turning green here, Tessie. Microsoft's still red slightly. Still seeing unrelenting strength in the equity markets. So WEM is melting a little bit lower here. A little bit of distribution trying to hit the tape. Still got a lot of strength in this market. Microsoft lagging slightly. QuantumScape down 3.92, Lucid down 1.9, Snapchat still up 7.7. Amazon still up 1.82, SMCI slightly negative on the session. SPY still holding steady. Again, SPY is very extended here intraday on the 5-minute chart, on the 15-minute chart, on the hourly chart. You are testing resistance. 4-hour chart and daily are still acting okay, but smaller time frames are getting very extended here. Very extended. Natural gas still up 3.67, crude up 1.16. XOM still struggling. Tesla trying to battle through this positive price action. SPY still looking constructive here, trying to form a 1-minute bull flag. Nice bid on FedEx today. FedEx trying to move higher. SPY starting to come in. Palantir still down 4%. Here comes the dip in SPY. Come on. Come on, SPY. Give us a dip. So far, we're charging well above all previous all-time highs on the SPY. That was a big spike on SPY. That was a really strong wick to the upside. Getting some 10 a.m. data here, hitting the tape. So inflation expectations dropped a little bit here. Michigan consumer expectations dropping slightly. 1-year inflation expectations dropping slightly. Whoa, look at that move on SPY. What a monster. That is a short zone, guys. All right, I'm just going to use some 614 puts on SPY. High risk 614 0DT put on SPY. What a monster. This is a high risk trade, guys. High risk trade. All right, I'm filled at 67 cents on a SPY 614 put. 67 cents. What a spike there off of inflation expectation. I looked at the data, guys. It's really, I mean, you're talking about a 0.1% beat on the inflation expectations. It's minuscule, minuscule. But just a little bit of a technical reason to trigger that algorithmic buying. So again, I'm looking for a move back lower. SPY's piercing through some incredible resistance. Keep in mind, SPY did run us over yesterday, but look at this move on SPY. Previous all-time high. You're into this beautiful resistance channel. I'm even considering a swing trade put option on SPY for next week. I think next week, July 3rd puts next week. Yeah, guys, I'm going to take also a put option for July 3rd. I'm just going to buy the 615 in the monies as a little bit of a safer trade. I mean, nothing's safe these days, but alright guys, I took a 615. This is a bit of a swing short position for next week. 615 SPY put July 3rd. Again, it's aggressive, it's risky. But 615 SPY put, so I'm still holding short Tesla, long XOM, and we're in a 0DT SPY put for the day as well. So let's see if we get a move back lower. Tesla's trying to cooperate here, going a little bit lower. Is back to the green side. Tesla's still holding steady here. It's still holding steady here and firm. Apple's perking up here. Gold's still struggling, but catching a bit of a bid. Yields, interestingly enough, as inflation expectations fell, their yields are still green though. Yields are still slightly green. Tesla and the markets are still holding steady. Apple up 0.88, nvidia up 0.7, Microsoft really flat on the session. Amazon up 1.85, Tesla up 0.3, AMD up 1.75. Tesla's trying to shake and move a little bit more now. Come on, SPY, give us a little pullback here. Give us a little pullback, SPY. Tesla moving here. Tesla trying to move and firm up. SPY still holding steady around the 615. Very, very sharp move into resistance here, piercing through resistance. Very extended 515 an hourly chart on SPY. Extremely extended here. But we'll see if overbought wants to get sold into or if they just keep it buoyant here. It's been tough to short the indices of recent sessions. Tesla's starting to move up. XOM selling off a little bit here as crude oil is taking a bit of a breather, coming down on WTI. Tesla's trying to firm up even more now. So in terms of this Tesla trade, if we get a close above this 328.50 zone, 328.52 on a 5-minute chart, I will have to take a loss. SPY starting to pull back slightly. Come on, Tessie. Pull back for us. Alright, SPY. Starting to see a little bit more distribution. It's minor. Very minor. Natural gas still up about 3.7% on the session. Oh, I'm getting an alert on ticker NET. Net making another high here. Cloudflare Net making another high. An aggressive short zone on Net as well. Interesting. Market's still strong though. Still very strong in the S&P. You're getting chasing and chasing and chasing. What are we still on ticker Cloudflare NET? Strong. Alright, SPY making another high there. Piercing the highs. IWM up 0.55%. IWM's also testing a bit of a resistance zone. Qs are still just trending here. No real sell side pressure hitting the tape just yet. There's a nasty little potential high volume reversal on the SPY 1-minute chart. Getting a little bit of distribution in this range. Tesla coming in sharper. Bitcoin recapturing 107 here. Right back up. SPY right back up. Yeah, it's a tough market to short. Puts are hard right now. We're going for a mean reversion on the back of Q2 ending. Markets are in all-time highs. People chasing the markets. So it's a tough market to short right now. But again, if we're even more extended than yesterday. Trying to make my money back from that SPY put yesterday. We'll see if they want to give us anything. But really, there's been no selling. Yeah, Carvana's a monster. It's up 2.28%. Nice hourly chart reversal. It's a tough name as well. Carvana, you got to kind of wait for the bigger levels. They like to chop people up and out in that name. For sure. Tesla somewhat cooperating, trying to see a bit of distribution. Crude oil still above 65. Crude oil is trying to make a bounce here on the 15-minute chart. We'll see if XOM can firm up. Tesla's still slightly green. Meta's up 1.2. Microsoft slightly negative. Nvidia strong, up 0.84. Crazy. Nvidia is a monster itself. Amazon still hovering up 1.7, testing 221. How's Nike doing? Let me take a peek here. Yeah, Nike's still consolidating quite well, holding steady. Meta at the highs, that's doing very well. Google 175 calls, they're in the money. Really strong price action there on Google. Alright guys, I'm exiting the rest of my Google 175 calls here. We trimmed half of them yesterday. Strong price action in Google there. SPY still charging here quite firmly. SPY still a monster up here. Quite extraordinary. Quite extraordinary. There's a lot of chasing going up here into all-time highs. I still firmly think chasing up here is very risky, aggressive, but a lot of funds are having to do it, and I think the big boys will likely eventually sell into it, but for now, price action still maintaining quite well. Potential 5-minute topping tail forming on SPY here. Decent amount of volume behind it. So potential little topping tail. Again, Microsoft's still slightly negative. Still holding the 614 put on SPY. We'll see if we get any sort of a move down. Still short Tesla as well. 320 put. Very aggressive trades. Very aggressive trades. Snapchat's still up about 8.97. Intel still doing well, up 3.82. BBAI, that's flat on the session, just teetering between positive and negative. Yeah, AMD is a monster. Still up 2% on AMD. That's quite extraordinary too. HIMS, what a move on HIMS, up 11.2. Alright, a little bit of distribution here on SPY. Down about 7 cents on the 614 puts. I want to see Tesla also take a bit of a dive here. Tesla still acting quite well. Still inside of a bigger bear flag on Tesla, despite you did form an hourly reversal candle here. You did technically make a lower low as well. Nice little drop there on SPY, guys. Really solid drop there on SPY. Let's see if we can get more. XOM struggling here. Come on, SPY. Come on, Tesla. I want to see these puts go $1 from 67 cents to $1. I think we could easily get that. I think we could. You'd be surprised. I think we could see a pretty sharp reversal off of the zone. This is some pretty big hourly chart resistance on SPY. It is. And remember that QQQ day where I was explaining in the pre-market? Where Qs ended up pushing well above all-time high and then they got sold into and they went negative? That would be stunning. That would be stunning. Honestly, I do think that this market is in for a bit of a short setup. Even on some swing trades, there's some juicy names. There's some juicy names. Nice move on Pepsi today. That's up 1.5%. SPY's continuing. JP saying I think we could see 612 to 610 reversal today. Yeah, I mean it's possible for sure. I think so too. It's a tough market to take down right now. With nvidia up 1%, that's tough. SMCI still struggling a little bit. Yeah, it's Friday. It is Friday. Tesla trying to make another move higher. Dun, dun, dun. Nike still up 14.65%. Let's see this Carvana trade. Is it into an area now to short? Whoops, why can't I type that name in? Yeah, CVNA. Yeah, you're testing this pivot resistance here. Running into some previous little areas. Looks like a better short now. SPY's still trying to make a move here. Again, very tough tape to short. Tesla's still acting well. Gold, silver still struggling. Oil's trying to get a bigger move to the upside now. IWM coming in a touch here. Bitcoin struggling, that's down 0.37%. Qs are still the strongest. Nvidia's still testing another potential all-time high on Nvidia. No selling in Nvidia is making this a very, very strong market. Amazon's still holding a bull flag intraday. Meta's seeing a bit of distribution. Tesla's trying to stop us out here. Tesla's making a little bit of a bullish recovery. Tesla's wicking these high pivots. SPY's still pumping. 5-minute close above this area. I'll have to look for a bit of a loss on the Tesla put position. SPY's still pumping. Uber struggling today. That's down 1.63. Wow, SPY is a monster. Copper stocks taking a bit of a pullback today. Tesla's pumping too. My oh my. What a monster itself. Still got 2 minutes and 20 seconds left in this candle. No, I'm looking for a 5-minute close above this 328.50 zone. 5-minute candle close. If we get a 5-minute close above this wick zone here, then I will stop out. But I've seen Tesla make some nasty, nasty reversals. But we got 2 minutes left in the candle. Watching it closely. It's trying to make a big move though, Tesla. It's making a big move. SPY making a nice reversal back down. Come on. Just hopefully this is a liquidity sweep on Tesla. SPY potential lower high here. First one on SPY intraday. Let's see if that could be the breakdown signal. Alright, Tesla back inside of these pivot wicks. Still holding the 614 0DT put on SPY. Average 67 cents. Alright, Tesla, you see, this is why we use some 5-minute closes. Sometimes you often see these wicks, liquidity sweep wicks. Still strong, Tesla. It's still trying to break out above that area, and it could. Still got about 40 seconds left in the candle. Guys, I'm looking at entering another swing trade here. More Valero calls. I'm looking at 140 Valero calls. That's aggressive. I don't think this energy trade is done. Even with the big decline that we've had in crude oil. I don't know. I'm still getting some accumulation signals here. We made a nice amount of profit on those Valeros. Alright, these 614 puts are starting to wake up, guys. 614s are starting to wake up. Look at SPY and Tesla. That's why we use that 5-minute close rule. Often it can work out. Beautiful job on SPY. Let's see. First support is being tested right now, this fib zone. That's your aggressive fib, but I'm looking for at least a move to 614, 12, 68, 14, 11 for first trim. Come on, SPY, Tesla, give it up the goods. Give up the goods. Still a big bounce in SPY. It ain't gonna go down easy, this market. There's a lot of people chasing, buying the dips. We're in a full-fledged bull market rally, so you can expect big bounces. You can expect big bounces for sure. Tesla coming in hard. A little bit harder now. We should take another leg down in SPY. Come on, Tessie, start seeing that reversal. Big candle down on Tesla. Come on, give us more. Give us more. Come on, SPY. Take these puts in the money. Got lots of time. Come on. Take these puts in the money. Take us back to opening range. Take us back to opening range. Give us a knife down, SPY. Give us a knife down. Strong, strong, strong. VIX is still negative here. Tesla really starting to sell off here. So Tessie's really starting to see some distribution. Nasty little high wick reversal there. Liquidity sweep. SPY catching another bid. Come on, SPY. Trigger this little head and shoulders. 1 minute head and shoulders potential on SPY. Potential because it has not triggered yet. That could take us down to 613.50. Alright, minor bounce in Tessie. Natural gas. Look at natural gas go, guys. Look at natural gas go. Breaking out of a 1 minute chart bull flag. Squeezing. Beautiful recovery on natural gas. Look at that move. We're probably going into this resistance zone right now. Natural gas has resistance around 372. UNG. Shaking and moving. All right, next down leg and SPY. Come on. 3, 2, 1. Come on. Nope. So here we have Tesla starting to come in a little bit more. Tesla's ranges have been crazy. I made you laugh, JP. I know. Just trying to keep some good energy. I can feel the coffee kicking in a little bit. It's nice. All right, an hour of the session has passed. Tesla starting to come in a little bit more. We're in a good position here if these markets can keep pulling back. Yeah, we're riding those 320 puts. Was close to being stopped out on that 5-minute close, but sometimes it's scary sitting through those 5-minute levels, but so far, here we go. Come on, trigger this head and shoulders on SPY. Trigger it. Let's go. Come on, Tesla. Chop it down. I want to see a potential 3-bar surge on the 15-minute chart of Tesla, testing the lows. Come on. There will be some support here on Tesla at this 324.81 opening range. You can see SPY not wanting to break down that easily. Come on, SPY, take us. SPY's trying. They're trying to hold it here, though. This neckline on SPY, head and shoulders on watch. Come on, give us a head and shoulders. Crude oil going for a little bit of a high of day breakout, but XOM still struggling here. Still struggling. Tesla bouncing. Micron's gone slightly negative. AMD's coming in a little bit. Meta's still strong. Google's being faded here, just slightly green. Apple got faded yet again on Apple. You know, just at every single turn. This is what I mean by stocks that have underperformed into quarter end. Often institutions dump at every turn. They don't really want to show that they've been holding Apple too much, but look at that reversal on Apple. Just getting sold into it every turn. Quite crazy. Microsoft's basically green again. Nvidia just continuing to push for new all-time highs. Still a strong market here. It's really going to come down to when does Nvidia finally see some profit taking? All right, SPY coming in a little bit more. Finally seeing Nvidia curling to the downside. Come on, SPY, break that head and shoulders. Break it. Nope, they don't want to break it yet. Keeping things buoyant. Yeah, theta decay for 0 DTs, but we still have some time. Definitely theta decay for sure. You're absolutely right. See if it wants to break down or if it's going to be testing the high of this wedge. Whoa, look at that spike on SPY. Holy. Crazy. Look at that volume. Was that news? That must be news or something. What the heck happened there? Jeez. That's crazy. Nvidia? What the hell's that news candle? That must be a news candle, eh, guys? That's crazy. Tesla really didn't participate in that. Nvidia did. I'm sure Microsoft probably did as well. Who the hell caught that news? Jeez. What an intense spike there. Nvidia got another new all-time high on Nvidia. Apple got a nice spike off of that. Wow. Pretty crazy. Pretty crazy. Monster move. You can see the chasing. Relentless buying pressure. Like I said, a tough market to short. That was crazy. SPY wants another high. Yep, it did. Took out the high there. Another liquidity sweep, maybe. Another potential liquidity sweep. Netflix still very strong. Nvidia still strong. So SPY negated the head and shoulders pattern, breaking out of this wedge. Trying to put another high breakout. But is that a liquidity sweep or is it a true breakout? We will certainly find out. Tesla curling back lower here. Bitcoin seeing a little bit more distribution, falling slightly. Sorry for saying EU and US confident of a deal before July deadline. Thank you, Sarfraz. And a big part of me already suspects the market knew that. But I appreciate that headline, but that's definitely what that headline spike was. Almost like another liquidity grab and sweep. But so far, it's still looking strong. They do not want to pay anyone holding puts. Let's see if that gets sold into though. It's a nice little 1 minute stop loss spike. I think that ran over a lot of shorts there. People covered, hit stop loss. Still think if we don't get any sort of constructive close above that previous pivot, we should still go a little bit lower, but Nvidia just marching higher. Up another 1.56% on Nvidia. Holy shit, is it going to hit 4 trillion today? What the hell is its market cap right now? Maybe it's going to hit 4 trill. Whoa, it's at 3.84 and climbing. Nvidia is a beast. Microsoft at 3.7, so Nvidia's basically 184 billion bigger than Microsoft. What's 184 billion in the grand scheme of the stock market these days? Seems like it's nothing. Alright, so markets are still trying to trend here. Again, it's pretty much one single stock here, Nvidia, pushing and pushing. Microsoft Still just holding steady in a tight bull flag range. Let's see what Apple's doing again. Apple got a nice little reversal there. Alright guys, I'm thinking of adding one more time to my SPY puts up here. My 614 0DTE. One more little tap of this 615.50 zone and I will look to double up my put position. Alright guys, I just added to my SPY puts there. I just took another fill. I filled at 44 cents. Alright, I have a full position now in the 614 0DTEs. Just 56 cents on the SPY 614 0DTE put. Super high risk. Nvidia is still trending. Meta taking a bit of a breather. Apple seeing a bit more selling here in this range. Nvidia seeing a little bit of top wicks. SPY still holding steady. Holding steady. SMCI, potential little bear flag on SMCI's 5-minute chart. Tesla also putting in a potential bear flag here. Microsoft still holding steady, but seeing a bit of selling in Microsoft. Nvidia coming in a little bit now. Same with Tesla. And it really comes down to what Nvidia is going to do. That is the behemoth of the market. Nvidia did hit some decent resistance in the zone, but it seems that Nvidia doesn't care about resistance. Microsoft curling down slightly. Approaching 1047. So far, SPY is convincingly holding above previous all-time high. So again, previous all-time high sits all the way down here. So far we're seeing gold down 1.6%. It's bounced off of the lows. Silver's down 1.45. Yields are mixed across the board, but they're positive. 10-year yield up 0.82, 2-year up 0.83. WTI crude up 1.27. Nat gas, terrific bounce, up 4.12%. IWM's actually taken leadership in this market, which is showing that there's more accumulation occurring in small caps. Microsoft slightly negative, but flat on the session. Nvidia again 1.61. Chasing that 4 trillion market cap. Apple up 0.25%. Google up 0.5%. Amazon up 1.1, pulling in from the highs slightly. SPY is going for yet again another high. Tesla's still basically flat on the session. Semiconductors is still seeing strength. AMD is green, but it's also pulled in from its highs. SMCI down about 0.95. Micron slightly negative. China stocks are positive across. Sorry, China stocks are actually mixed here. Mixed. The Yang ETF is up 3.24%. Energy's down a little bit on the session, which is kind of surprising. Nuclear stocks catching a nice bid. Tesla coming in a little bit more. Rivian struggling here. That's down 1.4% on the session. PayPal flat. Scrolling through some charts here, seeing what else is happening. Netflix strong. Gold miners getting absolutely crushed today. Tesla really coming in a little bit more. Lululemon finally getting a bounce, up 1.93%. Jets ETF slightly green on the session. Nvidia is still a beast, a monster at the highs. No sell side pressure hitting the tape yet. Carvana up 2.73. Costco up 0.6. Coinbase down 6.31. So Coinbase finally taking it on the chin here. Down 6% on the session. Seeing a little bit of sell side. Daily chart, it looks pretty nasty, but you zoom out to the weekly, and it's getting rejected at those previous high pivot resistance. So will Coinbase close above this high pivot? Time will certainly tell. SPY still looks to be holding this potential bull flag, but you do have Nvidia selling off slightly. Come on, give us a bigger downward move, markets. Caterpillar, let's look at these home builder stocks again. I know they were looking at some swing trades on those names. Yeah, ITB, a monster today. Wow. ITB is an absolute monster. So names like Lennar that we were discussing in the pre-market doing well today. We are seeing Nvidia coming in a touch here, guys. Nvidia is starting to see some sell side pressure right at the top of that little channel that I had drawn in. We'll see if that translates into any weakness in SPY. Okay, I'm still in the 614 0 DTE put. I think that news was again a liquidity grab and spike. Look at that 1 minute volume surge. Come on, let's keep her going. We are starting to see some sell side pressure. Nvidia coming in a touch here. SPY coming in lower. Come on, give us more. Basically flat on these puts right now, 614s, and we still got a whole dollar to potentially fall in the money. Come on. Oh, look at that wick down there, guys. These puts are waking up nicely. We're getting some really heavy sellers off this zone, but I want more. I do want more. Give us more. Come on. Big wick there on SPY though. So fast. That trading, that price action, so fast. So SPY back testing this little breakout zone. If it loses this, then it's a failed breakout and we should go lower, guys. Okay, so SPY had that breakout. Surfers gave us the news. EU and US confident of a deal before July deadline, so it broke out on that news announcement, hitting a double top, sweeping some liquidity, back testing the breakout zone. If this fails, we're going lower. Obviously, it's being defended right now. Come on, give us the breakdown, SPY. Test that opening range. We're still extremely extended on the 5, 15, and hourly chart of SPY. So yeah, as I was saying before, home builder stocks, Caterpillar, ITB, Lennar, Pulte Homes, DR Horton, they're setting up for some potential swing trades. ARM is up nicely today. That's up 3.29%. Wow, ARM moving. ARM is very strong on the session. Lithium stocks catching another bid. ALB, we looked at that in the pre-market. That's moving nicely. Big bounce in the equity markets. Really solid bounce. Let's see what sectors are performing today. Alright, massive bounce in SPY. You can see every single dip is being bought. Full-fledged bull market. Alright, in terms of sector performance today, everything is green across the board except for energy. XLE down by 0.4, but you have transports doing well, industrials doing well. They're up about 0.88%. Retail stocks doing well. That's up 1.23%. Regional banks up 0.75. Materials are up 0.38. Communications doing well. That's up 0.84%. Financials are up 0.46. Industrials are up 1%. That's a strong sector on the tape. Then you have technology up 0.4%. Staples are up 0.42%. Real estate up 1%. Utilities are up 0.62%. Healthcare up 0.3%. And consumer discretionary being led by Nike up 1.13%. So a lot of green on the screen. We'll see if that wants to change at all. I do think SPY is going through a bit of distribution up here. We're seeing some pretty sharp 1 minute moves up, 1 minute moves down. A lot of volatility near the highs of the session. It's telling me that there is some distribution. Notice the trend. Notice the difference between yesterday's trend. There wasn't really that volatile moves. It was a one-directional trend. Today, we're seeing big moves up, big moves down, big moves up, big moves down, which is identifying distribution patterns in the market. So I was really looking at what went wrong yesterday on these SPY puts, and that was kind of the thing. We didn't stop out at the opening range break, and there wasn't any big movements. It was just buying pressure. Today, it's a little bit different structure. We're more extended, but we are seeing heavy bounces, heavy sell-offs, which is a bit of a signal that there's some selling up here, guys, and I do think that we could break lower. All right, let's see Tesla hit 320. Let's see SPY hit 614, and I'd be extremely happy. Come on. We're slightly green. We're up about 4 cents a contract on these 614 puts, SPY puts. Come on. Break us down. Tesla looking heavier. Nvidia curling to the downside. Come on. Can we get some more sell side in the market? Microsoft's gone back to the negative side. Same thing with Tesla, Micron. Come on, drop it. Bitcoin's struggling. Oil's trying to sneak back up. QQQ underperforming SPY. SPY underperforming the Russell. Give us a breakdown here, SPY. You know you want to. You know this is a fake liquidity news grab. Come on. Don't hold here. Ah, still seeing some buyers stepping in. Break it down. Break it down. Come on. Break it down. Palantir, new low of day on PLTR. The other half of our contracts are printing here. PLTR, monster move down. Beautiful little reversal on Palantir. I was discussing a lot of divergence there on Palantir. Look at that move. That's nasty on PLTR. Nasty, nasty. If you're wanting to trim there, I'm going to leave a little bit more running in case this market decides to dip even more, which you can see SPY is breaking down. Come on. Give us a move lower. Guys, first trim on SPY puts, 614.11. 614.11. Right in around this TP zone. This 382 fib retrace. Come on. Ah, nvidia is seeing some buyers coming in to tape. Anonymous sniped some 0DTE Carvana 315 puts. Doubled, but still not enough to offset the losses of the day. Nice job there on Carvana. Let's see what that did. Yeah, a nice little fall there for sure. For sure. Again, you are seeing a bit of distribution here. Let's see if we can retest even that previous all-time high. Come on. Take us lower. SPY seeing some more buyers. A lot of strength still trying to come in to the market. Every dip is being bought. Here comes another sell-off. Let's take her down. Come on. Let's take her down. You can see we're hugging right on this 236. That's the aggressive fib level. Come on, dump us down. Dump us down. Come on, SPY. Come on, Tesla. nvidia curling down. We're absolutely fighting this key fib zone, but I think we should break it. nvidia curling down a little bit more, guys. So you're seeing nvidia starting to see some more selling, but SPY holding steady. Come on. IWM hit a massive 618 resistance on the daily chart. The IWM did hit a really solid resistance on the daily chart. Carvana dead. Yeah, look at Carvana dumping. Nice job there, Anonymous. CVNA dumping. Look at that. I just looked at it. It was up here. Boom. Nice dump there. Microsoft's turning red. Tesla slightly red. Markets again still trying to maintain structure here. Trying to potentially defend these higher lows. You have a low, higher low. Still have a little bit of a higher low here on the 1 minute chart. But if you break this higher low pattern on the 1 minute chart, that's where we're going to get a big knife down. So right now you're back testing a little neckline zone. You're still trying to hold this. It's a tricky spot here. Tricky spot. Let's see if there's any energy stocks that I like. I'm still eyeing up Valero, guys, for a swing trade entry, ticker VLO, or a swing trade entry. XOM still weak down on those calls, but it could still firm up. But it's a bit of a Hail Mary at this point. SPY catching a nice bid right off of that back test zone. What's going on here? Alright, volatility slowing down here. Anonymous saying Microsoft bearish option flow, apparently. You know, it is negative on the session, lagging some of the other mega caps, so I could see that. But a nice bounce there back on SPY. Alright, markets are still trying to firm up here. SPY at least. Tesla seeing a bit of selling. Nvidia bouncing nicely. Apple's basically flat. Amazon up 1. Google up 0.5%. Markets are looking like they're trying to trend here and firm up yet again. Back testing and holding. So another constructive wedge pattern on SPY. It's trying to firm up and push for another potential breakout. No breakdown yet. Another big push in nvidia and mega cap tech land. SMCI really struggling here. Glad we exited those calls. Doing a nice little back test. SMCI would be an aggressive buy zone again for a swing trade. Really, I mean, this is an aggressive area, but if you backtest this high pivot, that's an aggressive entry back into swings. Again, it has broken out in the daily. We'll see if it wants to hold a weekly chart breakout. That's the more critical level. But you really want to see, again, if SMCI doesn't hold this weekly breakout with the stock market at all-time highs, it's a little bit negative. Nvidia yet again trying to trend. Let's look at Mr. Softy. Yeah, I mean, look at that bounce on Microsoft. Quite crazy. Let's look at the Qs. Qs are putting in high, lower, lower, low, lower, low. So Qs are a little bit weaker on the session as opposed to SPY. SPY still maintaining some higher low price action. Interesting. IWM, higher high, higher high, higher high. Low, higher low, higher low. Still looking okay. Still holding steady here. SPY is trying to break out of a W pattern. Oh, SPY, oh, SPY. You're just too strong right now. Approaching 11:10 time frame. Volume trends are lightening up here. How's Nike doing? Nike's still at the highs of the session. Nike really never gave us a big pullback. It did have a pullback to 69.30 zone, but would have buy the dip coming into Nike. Guys, I'm looking at trimming more of my NCLH calls. I'm looking at getting out of the full July 25th $20 calls. And I still have September's, which are very, very profitable right now, but I'm looking at exiting my NCLH July 25th calls, $20 calls. We already trimmed half of them. July 20th NCLH calls. Still writing September $20 calls, which are up nicely, but I'm all out of the July expiry. It's over 42%. So I'm the July $25, sorry, $20 NCLH calls. SPY seeing a bit of distribution. Nvidia is still pushing here, so SPY is really not coming in. Distribution in SPY. Potentially another lower high on SPY. So high, higher high, lower high. Come on, melt us down. Nice selling pressure coming into SPY, guys. Really nice sell side pressure. Give us more. Give us more. Come on. Lower high. Come on, SPY. Lower high. Did trim my XYZ $70 call for July. I did just trim that at break even. The time aspect is struggling here. It is still looking strong. We do have the August 15th $70 calls, which are up nicely. But just in case the markets dip here, XYZ, I just took a break even, managing that trade a little bit. I was still bullish on that name. Still like the August 15th $70 calls. SPY still looking to trend a little lower here, guys. Still riding these 614 0 DTEs, but they've been hard, man. They've been a hard trade. SPY in general has been a hard trade. Shorting it, mean reversion. New high on nvidia. Whoa. Boom. 157.80 on tap. Nvidia is squeezing. Huge volume coming into nvidia here. Look at that breakout candle yet again. Monster move. 187,000 shares and climbing in 1 minute. 193,000. We're pumping the volume here. Nvidia ripping. Nvidia ripping, SPY ripping. SPY trying to gun for another high here. Nvidia's putting the market on its back again, lifting everything. Qs are now outperforming the IWM. QQQ takes leadership in this market.
And it's hard to get over such a beautiful lie when I still want you closer. I am longing for closure, and I'm wondering why. No, no matter what I do, I keep on falling for you.
Nvidia's still trending here, guys. I'm saying Twitter really needs to do something about these bots. Can't search for a ticker and get actual results. It's all spam. I know there's so much spam. So much spam. Even videos on YouTube, all you get is spam comments. Bot comments. But help me with this crypto wallet. Help me with that crypto wallet. S&P's still looking strong here. It's trying to gun for new highs.
And it's hard to get over such a beautiful lie when I still want you closer. I am longing for closure, and I'm wondering why. No, no matter what I do, I keep on falling for you.
Seeing a little bit of selling here. Off of the 158 level, tapping 158 exactly. And seeing some minor selling. What's OKTA doing today? Let's take a peek at that ticker. Okta. Yeah, Okta's trying to firm up off of the lows here. Still would love to see it fill that gap around that 94.60 zone, but it likely may not do that. It's going to take a market pullback. Natural gas still testing 370. Really big reversal on nat gas. Wow, amazing. Strong candle for Pepsi off of the lows. So Pepsi making a nice bounce here. SPY trying to break out here. Nvidia still pushing. Let's see, healthcare. Still think healthcare needs to firm up. UNH up 1% today. Let's try and make a little move. Eli Lilly seeing some selling today. It's down by about 1% or so. Thermo Fisher looks interesting for a swing trade. CVS trying to break out. This Regeneron name. 525 common shares right now. Alright, SPY's testing a breakout. Nvidia curling slightly lower. Here comes SPY. It's trying here. Big push on SPY. SPY's going for a higher price. There it is. Breaking out to the upside. 616 is now on watch. Wow. Incredible. Is Trump speaking today? Is Trump supposed to be speaking today? For a little rumor? Not too sure. He might. SPY's trying to go for 616 now. Continuing to act very well. Nvidia 2% on the session. 3.85 trillion market cap, 150 billion away. 150 billion away. QQQ testing 550, SPY testing 616 zone. Amazon up 1.23, Apple up 0.29, Tesla's flat, and Meta up 0.64. Monster push. Huge squeeze in SPY, guys. Massive squeeze. Right back to the chart wedge pattern or this parallel channel. But we have a target of around 616. It looks like it wants to tap. I was looking at this name yesterday, VKTX. This is a very high risk trade, but I'm looking at getting into some upside calls on VKTX. Looking at $29 calls, I could see this name trying to push higher. Again, it's a risky trade. It could easily sell off down to this wedge pattern low, but it's looking constructive. And I do like the weekly chart setup a little bit more. You are seeing some accumulation in this range. Trying to get a close above this previous bearish candle. Nvidia's big face here. I'm looking at $29 calls. I'm just figuring out the strike. Wow, look at SPY go. So Viking Therapeutics. Tesla not participating in the little bit of a rip here. We just tapped that bullish target on SPY. We did just tap that bullish target on SPY. Just $29 call in VKTX. August 1st, $29 call in VKTX. It's a high risk, very high risk trade. Crazy extension move on SPY here. One of the reasons SPY ripped here, oil started to break down, oil getting absolutely crushed. So you should see, with oil dipping, you could still see some participation into airlines, transport stocks. Next is still ripping. UNH. Wow, yeah, UNH getting some news. Thanks, Sarfraz. Look at that spike on UNH. Intraday spike. Yep. Now, I don't know if that's news or if that's just simply a pump with the markets. Could be a bit of both. But definitely some better price action in UNH. UNH is still a tough name. It's still trading inside of this little bit of a bearish formation. Yeah, you told me yesterday. You did. Yeah, so UNH is moving nicely. SPY still. nvidia still charging near the highs, testing almost 159 on nvidia. Friggin' monster. It's a monster. Pretty extraordinary price action in the indices. I mean, if we just look at this SPX chart, just a one-way freight train to the upside. Look at that move from yesterday all the way to today. Very powerful. Very extended on the daily now. But the market is still a beast and a half. $1.1 million put sweep on nvidia. Thank you, JP. Still seeing Tesla trading inside a bit of this bearish range. Hasn't really been performing well today with the market. This is a small concern. I mean, looks to be trading inversely. Seeing nvidia coming in here. Short-term time frame, but it's not stopping SPY from continuing to try to push. Nike still at the highs of the session on NKE. Just trending here with the market. Nike still doing very well. Trump is speaking right now live. Be very careful. Nice move up on SoFi.
Into effect, or at least delay it for many years, tied up in the court system. This was a colossal abuse of power which never occurred in American history prior to recent decades. And we've been hit with more nationwide injunctions than were issued in the entire 20th century together. Think of it, more than the entire 20th century. I'm grateful to the Supreme Court for stepping in and solving this very, very big and complex problem, and they've made it very simple. I want to thank Justice Barrett, who wrote the opinion brilliantly, as well as Chief Justice Roberts, and Justices Alito, Gorsuch, Kavanaugh, and Thomas. Great people. Thanks for this decision, and thanks to this decision, we can now promptly file to proceed with numerous policies that have been wrongly enjoined on a nationwide basis. And some of the cases we're talking about would be ending birthright citizenship, which now comes to the fore. That was meant for the babies of slaves. It wasn't meant for people trying to scam the system and come into the country on a vacation. This was, in fact, it was the same date, the exact same date, the end of the Civil War. It was meant for the babies of slaves, and it's so clean and so obvious. But this lets us go there and finally win that case, because hundreds of thousands of people are pouring into our country under birthright citizenship, and it wasn't meant for that reason. It was meant for the babies of slaves. So thanks to this decision, we can now
Hold that real quick. SPX.
proceed with these numerous
A lot of
policies.
GEX at 6,200, guys. Like I said, remember the flag? They're building 6,200. So they're building 6190s GEX volume and 6,200s and 6185s. There's nothing below us, dude. So this could go to 6,200. Go ahead. Go ahead, boss. I apologize. I just wanted to state that.
So many of them. I have a whole list. I'm not going to bore you, and I'm going to have Pam get up and say a few words. But there's really, she could talk as long as she wants, because this is a very important decision. This is a decision that covers a tremendous amount of territory. But I want to just thank again the Supreme Court for this ruling. It's a giant. It's a giant. And they should be very proud, and our country should be very proud of the Supreme Court today. And with that, I'd like you to listen to the words of Pam Bondi. She's an incredible attorney general. We're very proud of her. And as you know, Todd Blanche is with us, and we have so many others that worked on this case and other cases. And I think they're doing a great job. Pam, please say a few words.
Thank you, President Trump. Thank you for fighting for all Americans. Americans are finally getting what they voted for. No longer will we have rogue judges striking down President Trump's policies across the entire nation. No longer. Today, in the 6-3 opinion, Justice Barrett correctly holds that the district court lacks authority to enter nationwide or universal injunctions. These lawless injunctions gave relief to everyone in the world instead of the parties before the court. As the Supreme Court held today, they turned district courts into the imperial judiciary. Active liberal justices Judges have used these injunctions to block virtually all of President Trump's policies. To put this in perspective, there are 94 federal judicial districts. 5 of those districts throughout this country held 35 of the nationwide injunctions. Think about that. 94 districts and 35 out of the 40 opinions with nationwide injunctions came from 5 liberal districts in this country. No longer. No longer.
Why is he
These
barking?
injunctions
Why
have
is he
blocked our
growling?
policies from tariffs to military readiness to immigration to foreign affairs, fraud, abuse, and many other issues. The judges have tried to seize the executive branch's power, and they cannot do that. No longer. No longer. And on immigration, on a side note, today marks 2,711 arrests on these terrorists and these gangs. Total arrest today with HSI investigations. And thank you, Stephen Miller. Thank you to Homeland Security. Thank you to everyone working hand in hand with the FBI on all of these transnational gangs. TDA has been a huge terror to our country, as well as MS-13, as well as Sinaloa cartels. No longer. No longer. These injunctions have allowed district court judges to be emperors. They vetoed all of President Trump's power, and they cannot do that. This has been a bipartisan problem that has lasted 5 presidential terms, 5 different presidents, and it has ended today. We will continue to fight for President Trump's policies. I want to thank the Office of White House Counsel, Dave Warrington. You and your staff have been incredible. Our Solicitor General's office, John Sauer, Sarah Harris, and Todd Blanche and Emil Bovey. Todd's going to say a few words because we've had another major ruling today on transgender books and some other great wins that we've had. But no longer will they have this power in our country. It is the president's authority under his executive branch to do everything to fight for the American people, and he will continue to do that. That's why he was overwhelmingly elected. Thank you.
Bowen's making new highs.
Thank you. Today's a great day for the rule of law. It's a great day for the Justice Department, and it's one that's been a long time coming, and one that every American should have been waiting for with bated breath. And so I echo what the president said and Attorney General Bondi, that the Supreme Court did a great thing today, not only for this administration, but for every American in this country. If not for the injunctions case, we would be here talking about another great decision that came down today, the trans books case, which restores parents' rights to decide their child's education. Seems like a basic idea, but it took the Supreme Court to set the record straight, and we thank them for that. And now that ruling allows parents to opt out of dangerous trans ideology and make the decisions for their children that they believe is correct. And so we thank the Supreme Court for that. There's been multiple decisions over the past several weeks that just show why this nationwide injunction ban had to happen. For example, what I mean by that is local district court judges issuing decisions that are clearly contrary to law just because they don't like the policy of President Trump. And when it gets to the Supreme Court has to correct it. But that takes time. The Attorney General thanked our lawyers, and I'll do it again. Our lawyers are working 24 hours a day, 7 days a week to fight these injunctions and do emergency appeals, emergency stays, going back to the district court judge, asking them to change their view. And so their hard work is really paying off today, but over the past few weeks. We had a stay of an order that prevented DHS from moving aliens to a third country. We had a stay of an order that stopped the Department of Defense from implementing military readiness, the EO that President Trump signed. We had another stay of an order forcing reinstatement of fired executive branch employees entirely within the president and Article 2, his right to do. We had a stay of, as you all know, of numerous DOJ cases. And again, every one of those stays requires a tremendous amount of work and effort by the lawyers and parties involved. They should be doing other work. They should be doing the work that the president and this administration demands and has a right to demand, and not fighting these local judges who don't make decisions based on the law. They make decisions because they just simply don't agree with the administration's decision about a policy, and that's wrong. Thank you.
Any questions? Yes, for Pam, please.
Go ahead.
Sure. Thank you, Madam Attorney General. So as you know, the Supreme Court did not rule on the underlying constitutionality of the president's birthright citizenship order. So what is the plan now? Are you going to try to implement the EO just in states where there isn't a legal challenge?
Yes, so birthright citizenship will be decided in October in the next session by the Supreme Court, unless it comes down in the next few minutes. I guess it could come down. I think they're still deliberating right now on some cases. As you heard, we just got transgender books, which is a huge win. But most likely, that will be decided in October in the next session. However, it indirectly impacts us because, as you correctly pointed out, if there's a birthright citizenship case in Oregon, it will only affect the plaintiff in Oregon, not the entire country. So yes, it's indirectly, but that's pending litigation, and we're waiting on that in the next term.
And how concerned are you that the Supreme Court will come back and determine that the executive order is unconstitutional?
Oh, we're very confident in the Supreme Court, but again, it's pending litigation, and that will directly be determined in October, but it indirectly impacts every case in this country, and we're thrilled with their decision today. Peter.
Madam Attorney General, thank you for being here to take our questions. A couple questions to the both of you. The EO had a 30-day grace period before it goes into effect. Is there any thought about trying to make it effective immediately within that period of time?
We're going to follow the law. We're going to make those decisions, and we're going to do what's right in the bounds of the law.
And then the DOJ didn't ask the justices to rule on the merits of the birthright citizenship ban. Just for explanation purposes, why?
Sure, because that's going to come down in October in the separate. This was huge because it's indirectly impacted today. As I said, it's case by case. Let me reiterate, of the 35 of the 40 nationwide injunctions filed against this president, against his executive authority as president of the United States, 35 of them came from Maryland, D.C., Massachusetts, California, Washington. I mean, that's crazy. These 5 districts. So yes, it indirectly impacts us. It will be a separate decision in October. Next question.
Thank you, Mr. President. A question for you, sir. Do you believe this ends the power of the lower court judges to stop your agenda? Do you see this as a full green light for your agenda going forward?
Well, you'd have to really speak to the lawyers about that. But this is really also a decision based on common sense. It didn't work the other way. It was a disaster where somebody from a certain location in a very liberal state or a liberal judge or a liberal group of judges could tie up a whole country for years because their decision would sometimes take years to overturn. We've overturned many of the decisions, but it would take years to do it. And we have to act quickly when it comes to illegal immigration. We have murderers, killers, we have drug dealers, we have what they've allowed to come into our country. Should never be forgotten. It should never be forgotten what they've done to our country. And we have to be able to act very quickly, and we're going to do that. Thank you.
Tony Barrett, sir, I know that you praised her and her opinion here in this case. She has taken some heat, though, from some of your supporters who have labeled her weak, squishy, a rattled law professor. What is your take on that?
I don't know about that. I just have great respect for her. I always have. And her decision was brilliantly written today. From all accounts, yeah.
Mr. President, what would you say to Americans who fear that this is more and more concentration of power in the White House and the executive?
Well, this really brings back the Constitution. This is what it's all about. And this is really the opposite of that. I mean, the question is fine, but it's the opposite. The Constitution has been brought back.
Thank you so much, President Trump. Illegal crossings in the border are 0 now.
0. Does everyone hear that?
Trump 2028!
Do you intend, President Trump?
Who's that guy? I like him. He's working the cameras.
With this new reality, President Trump, in the border, do you intend to engage personally with leaders from South America, not only Central America, in order to tackle this situation in a different way, and if you have a perspective of meeting some presidents from South America as Brazil, for example?
As an example, not South America, but NATO over the weekend.
Yeah.
They have great respect for our country now. They did things that nobody thought was possible. They took funding from 2% to 5%. Nobody thought they'd ever pay the 2%, and now they're paying the 5%. It's over $1 trillion more a year. Think of that, $1 trillion Nobody thought that could happen. That's a different group of people, different countries. But we get along with a lot of countries. We are respected again. Our country, the U.S., is respected again. Was not respected 6 months ago. I can tell you. Yeah, go ahead, please.
Yeah, Mr. President, you have a deadline coming up on trade in 2 weeks. Which countries,
On what?
on trade, on tariffs?
Yeah.
Sir, which countries, if any, are close to agreements with the administration?
Well, that's an interesting question. We've made a deal with China. We've made a deal with probably 4 or 5 different countries. With the UK, it was a great deal for both. And we're in the process of making some others. But ultimately, in fact, Scott is here. And Howard Lutnick, these two guys have been doing an incredible job. And the people that work with them have been doing an incredible job. But, you know, we have 200 countries. You could say 200 countries plus. We can't do that. So at a certain point over the next week and a half or so, or maybe before, we're going to send out a letter. We talked to many of the countries, and we're just going to tell them what they have to pay to do business in the United States. And it's going to go very quickly. But some of the bigger countries, so India, I think we're going to reach a deal where we have the right to go in and trade. Right now, it's restricted. You can't walk in there. You can't even think about it. We're looking to get a full trade barrier dropping, which is unthinkable. And I'm not sure that that's going to happen. But as of this moment, we've agreed to that, go into Indian trade. We're going to be trading in China. That's going to come a little bit down the road, but we're going to be trading in China. We have a lot of great things going, and we're getting along with countries, but some will be disappointed because they're going to have to pay tariffs. And we've taken in already hundreds of billions of dollars in tariffs. No inflation. The only problem we have is we have a Fed guy that doesn't understand what's happening, and it would be great if he'd lower the rate because we'd be able to borrow a lot cheaper. Yeah, go ahead, please. Why don't we keep it on this subject? This is such a big subject. You know what? Trade is so big, but this, I don't know, in a certain way, this might be bigger than trade. I think this is bigger than trade. Yes, please, go ahead.
I was wondering, though, if you could,
Go ahead.
sir, on the transgender ruling, the Supreme Court ruling that parents with religious objections can pull their kids out of public school lessons that use LGBTQ materials. Pam brought it up. Your reaction to that ruling today, sir?
I think the ruling was a great ruling, and I think it's a great ruling for parents. It's really a ruling for parents. They lost control of the schools. They lost control of their child. And this is a tremendous victory for parents. And I'm not surprised by it, but I am surprised that it went this far. It took us to bring life back to normal. So it's wonderful. It's parental. And I kept saying, we will give you back your parental rights. They were taken away, and this is a tremendous victory for parents. Yeah.
Mr. President, if you look at the back at the last week, it's been extraordinary in terms of the action in the Middle East. You were at The Hague. I'm wondering now,
hell of a week, hasn't it?
I'm wondering now if you believe that Iran. I'm wondering now, sir, if you believe that Iran has given up its long history of ambitions with nuclear weapons, or what you would like to see from them to prove that they do, and what type of meetings is your administration looking for next week with Iran?
So Iran wants to meet. As you know, their sites were obliterated. They're very evil nuclear sites. They were now has been proven. We had some fake news for a little while. The same people that covered the Hunter Biden laptop was from Russia. The same people that did 3 or 4 other Russia hoax.
But on their
No, wait, just listen. They came up with something that delayed the credit that our great pilots and these great America, I mean, what talent that was, and they hit it right down in the spot. 52,000 feet. Think of this, dark, no moon, you couldn't see a thing. And they hit the refrigerator door, as they say. That's the size of a target. And overwhelmingly, and it's amazing what was done. We're the only ones that could have done it. And we took out the 2 of the other sites also, in addition to that. We finished them off. That was a very evil intention. I believe that, and again, time will tell, but I don't believe that they're going to go back into nuclear anytime soon. They spent over $1 trillion on nuclear, and they never got it together. And nothing was moved from the site, by the way. To do that is very dangerous. It's very, very heavy material. Those cars were most likely the cars of masons because they were pouring concrete at the top, at the hatch, as you know, the hatch going into the nuclear site. They wanted to reinforce it, and they had some masons there pouring concrete. By the way, that concrete was obliterated. It hit exactly at the concrete. It was, I don't think it had a chance to dry. but everything's down there. It's under millions of tons of rock. Please. Yes.
Your administration has said that El Salvador is one of the safest countries in the hemisphere. So why haven't you yet handled temporary protected status for that country? Was it part of the deal?
Well, we'll take a look. We've had a great relationship with El Salvador. They have a fantastic leader. They built a massive prison system. And I don't know exactly why, but it's a hell of a system. And we bring people there, and when they go there, they don't get out. And frankly, when they hear they have to go there, they become very nice people. They become very nice people. It's a tough system, but it's a brilliant system. And it's a system done by a very, very good leader. We'll talk about El Salvador. A lot of respect. Yeah, please.
Thank you. A question for you and then a question for the Attorney General. As you go into negotiations and talks with Iran, are you demanding not only that there would be no uranium production inside of Iran, but also that Iran would turn over all existing stockpiles of uranium?
Well, we're a little early for that, but something like that, yeah, we'll do something like that. Let me say that I've been saying for 25 years, even as a civilian, you cannot let them have a nuclear weapon. And that's what happened. It's been obliterated. It would be years before they could ever get going. And I really think it's probably the last thing. They have to recover from a hell of a tough war.
Would you also be demanding that the IAEA have full rights to inspect in Iran?
Or somebody, yeah. Or somebody that we respect,
and then,
including ourselves.
And a question for both the President and the Attorney General. Under birthright citizenship, if this is implemented, who would be tasked with actually vetting citizenship? And how, would this be a situation where you have nurses and doctors checking for citizenship of parents? Or?
This is all pending litigation. It's going to be decided in October by the Supreme Court, and we'll discuss that after the litigation.
If you have an undocumented baby, would that baby then be an enforcement priority?
The violent criminals in our country are the priority now. Let me put it in perspective. Today marked the 2,711th arrest in our country of TDA members, just TDA. Everyone in this room agrees they are one of the most violent criminal organizations in the world. And the Biden administration let them walk into our country for the last 4 years.
So
Why
angry.
is she snarling?
So angry.
Bro, why is she snarling?
I know
Arrested in our country.
she's
That's the priority of Donald Trump.
They
That's the
hate the
priority of
fucking
this country,
MSM.
of
They
Homeland
hate
Security.
mainstream media. They do. They hate them.
That's the priority.
She woke up on the wrong side of the bed
In
or
October,
something.
when the Supreme Court hopefully rules in our favor, and we're very confident of that. But you should all feel safer now that President Trump can deport all of these gangs, and not one district court
I feel like I'm
judge
being yelled
thinks
at.
they're an emperor over this administration and his executive powers, and why the people of the United States elected him.
Matter of fact, go to your
Okay,
room now.
I'm sorry.
I just might add one thing, and they used birthright citizenship. Some of the worst people, some of the cartels.
Hey,
to
get her
people
ass
to
off the
country,
mic.
just so
She's
you
fucking
know.
with my
And
anxiety.
again, I say, if you look at the end of the Civil War, the 1800s, it was a very turbulent time. If you take the end day, was it 1869 or whatever? But you take that exact day, that's when the case was filed. And the case ended shortly thereafter. This had to do with the babies of slaves, very, very obviously. And I think we're going to win. I don't think they went about discussing it right. I came along and we looked and we said, wait a minute, this is wrong. We've been looking at birthright citizenship wrong for years, but they've used it. The cartels have used birthright citizenship to get very bad people in. And what Pam's doing and what Todd and everybody else, what they're doing at DOJ and all over, FBI, ICE, Border Patrol, these are incredible people. They're trying to keep our country safe, and they don't want to have people come in. This is just another way that they get illegal immigrants into our country, and in some cases, very, very bad ones. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. On your tax bill, if I could for a moment, senators are racing to rewrite parts of it right now after the Senate parliamentarian ruled that sections of it were outside of the process that they're using to get this through. Do you think that senators should respect the decisions of the parliamentarian? And what have you personally done in the last 48 hours to try and get Republican senators who are against the bill to a yes?
Well, look, it's a great bill. It's a massive tax cut. If it's not approved, your taxes will go up by 68%. Think of that, 68, a record, the highest in the history. The Democrats won't approve it only because politically it's so good for the Republicans. The Democrats aren't approving it. But think of what they're not approving. They're not approving border security. We've done a great job at the border, but we have to add some wall. We have to do, various things. We have no money for that. We have no money for the border. We have no money for so many things. But if the Democrats, and it'd be interesting to see if we get any Democrat votes. We should. If I were a Democrat, I would absolutely, maybe Fetterman, because he seems to be the most sensible one lately. If I were a Democrat, I would vote for this bill all day long because it's tax cuts and so many other things that are common sense. They're basic things. I think they're doing
I
fine.
target
The
617
parliamentarian's been
27.
a little difficult. And I would say that I disagree with the parliamentarian on some things, and on other ways he's been fine. But we'll have to see. It's a big issue. I will tell you this: if that bill doesn't pass, the country will get a 68% tax increase. So think of this: you're a Democrat and you vote against it. That means you're voting in favor, because essentially you're voting in favor of the largest tax hike in the history of our country. And you can't do that. In addition, we're cutting costs by $1.7 trillion, and it won't affect anybody. It's just fraud, waste, and abuse.
Mr. President, a leading global economist just did a 180 and says your tariff plan, you may have outsmarted everybody with it. What is your message?
I love this question. This is the favorite. This is the best question I've ever been asked, because I've been going through abuse for years on this. Because as you know, we're taking in hundreds of billions of dollars, no inflation whatsoever.
But Mr. President, what is your message to critics who think your tariff plan will cause a recession?
I think they should go back to business school. It's so obvious. It's so obvious. I mean, we're taking in billions and billions of dollars from China and a lot of other countries. We took in, I had a call from somebody in the House and a high official. Sir, we have a problem. We don't know what to do. The books are a mess. I said, what do you mean by the books? The books, the money coming in. It's so terrible. I figured, oh boy, what's this? I don't like this question. I said, so what seems, there's so much money coming in, and there must be some kind of an accounting mistake, because we have hundreds of billions of dollars more money than we thought. I said, do me a favor, go check call me back. You have to call me back. Check the tariff column. Calls me back 2 hours later, says, you're right. We took in $88 billion in tariffs. They have so much money coming in. But more important than the money coming in, we have companies coming in, factories coming in, auto plants being built. AI is being built here instead of being built all over Europe and Asia. We have all of it. We have over $15 trillion, just about, Scott. I think we're right about that number. We went to Saudi Arabia. We went to Qatar. We went to UAE. Very smart people, very smart leaders, great leaders. And we took in $5.1 trillion just there. Without the tariffs, I mean, they also liked a thing called November 5th, November 6th, and November 7th. That was a very good little period of time. It's called the presidential election. You know, you used to have one-day election. Now you have it go over it. But even if you just took that little period, because it was pretty obvious it was going to be a landslide. And they like that, but they love the tariffs. I had Texas Instruments come in the other day.
I don't know if the market's gonna
And
love
he
this
said,
talk.
we're putting in $60 billion into new plants and new equipment, new everything. Sir, you're going to keep the tariffs, aren't you? Because if I ever took the tariffs off.
Yeah, market. He's saying tariff too damn much,
And
man.
they're
That's
worried
not
that
good.
somebody that, like this communist from New York, someday gets elected. I can't believe that's happening. That's a terrible thing for our country, by the way. It's a communist. We're going to go to a communistic state. That's so bad for New York. But the rest of the country is revolting against it. But if somebody got elected, they're afraid that if this was taken off, well, we're going to guarantee it's never going to be taken off. And again, we're taking in think of this, hundreds of billions of dollars. And they were all confused because they've never seen this before. You know, it's always the other way. We don't have enough money. So much money is coming in.
Bro needs to stop saying the T word, man.
But most importantly, we have factories being built, car plants being built, companies moving to our country like never before. If you look at 15 trillion, and that's only in a few months, you know, I haven't been here that long. Presidents, like the last one, was a disaster. He's the worst president in the history of our country, by the way. What he did on our border can never, ever be forgotten. To me, that's the worst of all the things. And he's done some terrible things, grossly incompetent. Nobody knew it was him, because I don't think it was him. I think it was whoever was controlling the auto pen. but our country is doing great. And those leaders and other leaders, I just left, as you know, a large group of the most highly respected people. And that includes big countries.
I got back into
Big
UNH
countries.
for
When you
next
look at
week
Germany,
about
France,
15 minutes
and
ago. It's
Spain,
pumping
Spain
again.
didn't come through, but they will. By the way, guaranteed they will. That was the only country that sort of tried to hold back on putting
Get
up the
him
money.
fucking off the mic.
It's unbelievable what's
I know,
happening
bro.
to the USA. You were a dead country.
The algos are just listening to him.
The country, the leader, you were
I just like listening to these keywords,
as you're
man.
doing now.
Apple's still holding up. They're
Said to
looking
me,
good. I
you
think it
went
goes
from
to
being a dead country,
202.50.
you are right now
We'll
the
see.
hottest
As long as the
country
fucking market
anywhere
doesn't
in the world.
collapse.
The whole world is talking about the USA, and everybody wants a part of it, and they're pouring into our country, and you're going to see those numbers. Thank you for that question.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have a question about trade. Secretary Bessent
They
has
just
said
took Google out.
tariff deals
Low
with
day.
different
Fucking A.
So if some deals are not deadline, will some countries
Netflix rolling over a little bit.
Hey, he's about to answer something on trade.
To be honest with you, and I don't want to name them, but you sort of can name them. And they're so used to just, taking it billions and billions of, look, we had a trade deficit of more than $1 trillion.
Amazon 217.5 put zeros.
That's because nobody cared.
Yeah, I see that
Nobody
H starting to play out, Kev.
when they took in hundreds of billions of dollars in tariff. We had the greatest economy in history up until now. I think we're going to blow it away. But during my time, and especially prior to COVID, we had the greatest economy in the history of our country. I think we're going to blow it away now based on the kind of numbers that we're seeing. But some
Check out
countries
SATS, Sat Echo Star, and that thing's ripping today, up 13.5% on the day.
They can do whatever they want. They charge us tariffs, by the way, at numbers that we've never seen before. And we ended up losing much more than $1 trillion a year. $1 trillion a year on trade. And now they're being met with a force that's far greater than them, and they don't like it. So they're upset because instead of making, $5 billion, they're going to break even. Or they'll make a little bit. I want to be nice. They'll make a little bit. Or we'll make a little bit. It's a big difference. Yeah, please go. Red dress.
On the 2020 election, is there any more information on the special prosecutor? So many Americans still have questions about the 2020 election. And speaking of rogue judges, would you consider appointing somebody at DOJ maybe to investigate the judges that allowed for the political persecution of you, your family, and your supporters during the Biden administration?
I love you. Who are you?
I'm Farrah from the WP.
Well, that's just a very nice question. And it's not a setup. I have no idea who you are, but I appreciate that question. All I can say is we're not here for that. I hope so. I hope they're doing a thing because that election was rigged and stolen, and we can't allow that to happen. A lot of people tell me, sir, you just won the greatest election in the history of our country. You won it numbers that won all 7 swing
Tesla's
states.
trying to drill. Come on, let's go.
Won everything. Sir, go on with your life.
The Dow DIA is looking really strong.
People, friends of mine. Then you have people that
6
say
green candles
that
in a
same
row on
thing,
the
go on
30
with your life,
minute.
but you have to find out what happened because
It's like the
you
strongest
can't
index
let
on the
that
highs.
happen again. Look at what this lunatic did.
Sky bouncing off of that pullback, SKYE.
People that were murderers, 11,888 to be exact, murderers, and we've captured many of those murderers. And we're bringing them back, or some of them are so dangerous.
I
That
think we go to
want to bring them back.
6,200 is a possibility here. End of
But
day.
he allowed people to come into
If
this
this guy can
country.
get off the damn mic.
Yeah, if he could just fucking leave it with a positive note.
That's a mental
All the
institution on
algos
steroids.
go
People
crazy.
from mental institutions,
Russell
gang
still
members,
moving up.
drug dealers,
IYM
people,
breaking the neckline.
jails being emptied out into our country. Venezuela
Microsoft
emptied out almost its
looking bullish.
entire prison population into our country. But I don't want to blame
Jeffrey,
them.
look at DIA.
The
Dow.
The Congo.
Which one?
We have a great press conference coming up later,
DIA, the Dow Jones.
and it's the Congo
okay.
and Rwanda.
Sorry, dude.
Strongest.
They were fighting for years, and it was machetes. It was vicious. It was as vicious, people's heads being chopped off. And I have a man who's very good in that part of the world, very smart, and put them together. And we're signing a peace treaty today. First time in many years they're going to have peace. And It's a big deal. You know, we talk about Russia, and we're working that one. President Putin called up and he said, "I'd love to help you with Iran." I said, "Do me a favor. I'll handle Iran. Help me with Russia. We got to get that one settled." And I think something's going to happen there. But we did some great work. India and Pakistan. That was going to be maybe nuclear. We did that. We did a lot of work. I don't know if there's ever been a president that's done much more. Serbia, Kosovo is going to go at it. Going to be a big war. I said, "You go at it. There's no trade with the United States." They said, "Well, maybe we won't go at it." That's what happened with India and Pakistan. I was negotiating with both of them, and I said to Scott, I said to Howard, cancel all deals with India and Pakistan. They're not trading with us because they're in a war. They called back, "What do we do?" I said, "Look, you want to have trade with the United States. It's great. But you want to go and start using nuclear weapons on each other? We're not going to allow that." And they both agreed. Both have great leaders. They both agreed not to do it. So we did a lot, but I appreciate that question.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. President.
Fuck.
I was just speaking with Senator Ron
These
Johnson
fuckers
on
look
the
like a
Beautiful
bag
Bill,
of
and he says he really wants to
just
get
like a whole bunch of birds.
and get this accomplished.
He does. He's a good man.
But he also said that he needs more time, and he is not certain that the July 4th deadline is
Well, then
possible.
he's not such a good man.
Because there's too much work to do.
He's a good man. Ron Johnson's doing a good job. He's very committed. Every Republican senator is committed. And, you know, you could have a couple of grandstanders, in all fairness. You could have somebody else. And it's very dangerous because our country would go from being the most successful country in the world to who knows what happens with a 68%. Think of it, 68% tax increase. That was given by the Democrats because they like high taxes. I don't know what happened. You know, all my life, I'd grow up and I'd watch politicians talking. I'd say, "Oh, that's fun." And they were always saying, "We will cut your taxes. We will cut your tax." I never heard it. They say, "We will raise your taxes."
Bullish markets here cut taxes.
People like this guy in New York that maybe has a chance. I find it hard to believe, but he maybe has
Go
a chance.
Algos.
Yeah.
They want to raise your
SPX
taxes, so they want to see a 68% tax
here.
increase.
Let's see.
That's more money than anybody can afford. You
Target
go into depression if that ever happens.
TGT back above
So I think there's
100.
a lot of pressure to get that
Small
approved.
volume today, but it gapped up.
Just
30 points to
no more T word.
break over high
It's
of day.
important. It's not the end all. We can go longer, but we'd like to.
J-Dash, you're really muffled.
That
I
time if
couldn't hear you.
possible. Look, we have a lot of very committed people, and they feel very strongly about a subjects that you're not even thinking about that are important to Republicans. The problem we have is that it's a great bill. It's a popular bill, but we'll get no Democrats only because they don't want to vote for Trump. If that bill was their bill, oh, they would be so happy. It's so great for our military. It's great for
GEX
everything.
by volume for
And
SPX. They're
they
adding
would normally vote, but
6185,
because they're haters
6190,
of- they have
6195,
derangement
and
syndrome at levels never seen
6200, which
before.
is almost the
And
second largest
instead of
volume.
voting for
Is the butter
a
on top?
tax cut,
Yeah, the
they're voting
butter's
for a
way the
tax
fuck on
increase of
top, bro. They
68%.
put
They're
extra
voting
butter.
Medicaid, and we're voting to make them perfect and to make them better, make them stronger and better. They're going to destroy Medicaid and they're going to destroy Medicare, and Social Security will follow. If you vote for the Democrats, you're dead on those three things.
Let's say they want to push us to 6200, they have to move Apple. Apple gets to 202.50. I've seen this happen before. They're at 24 cents. Try to get them around 20 cents. But if we're in a bullish run, they're gonna have to push Apple up to close at 6200. That's my Friday lotto calls to the room. I don't know if you guys heard me, but we're pushing now. 13 cents away for breaking the high on SPX.
I've been zeros, like bottom around 615.50. So I'm green right now.
Son, are you up here as a speaker? Son?
What up, J-Dash?
I don't know. I sent you a message. I don't know if you saw it yet.
No, I did
Just
not.
seeing what's the upper end of the JP Morgan collar that expires Monday.
I think we popped it.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if on any type of retest.
Isn't it 6165? I don't remember. 6165. I just got back home.
Okay.
Yeah.
Pop that collar.
So doesn't that mean they can go way over? Like it can actually exacerbate when they pop the collar? Like they have to chase?
No.
I remember something like that.
No, I mean it can pull it back to the collar because it can act as magnet, right?
New highs were thrusting.
I thought honestly we could.
J Dash, did you trim your position, Brody?
In what?
Intel?
Oh, let me see. I have a stop in. If I got hit, I got hit. I wasn't paying attention. I'm telling you, it's not a big position.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Yeah. I mean, I had 50 contracts on a 30-cent contract.
I mean, people are talking about VIX, but they're literally just, in my opinion, they're just re-hedging the VIX because spot price is so much higher than where they were hedging before. So I think that's really what it is right now. But
I added to my July VIX today.
Yeah, look at this. Highs of day.
Bull bear, I'm 3 cents away from
Apple
Whatever.
in a wedge pattern here. We could break up. We'll run to 202.50. It looks like it's about to break out here. This little tiny wedge.
I just grabbed IWM 218 0 DTE. Still all have QQQ 550s zeros.
I grabbed 6,200 SPX for today at $1.40. Just a few cons, 5 cons. That's it.
These SPY 620 calls for 718 are up 8% or $45.
Come on, keep pushing. Keep pushing. Keep pushing.
Oh,
Apple will
damn.
break.
I alluded to this earlier. If you look up top, you'll see some more VIX call flow.
That T-Lamp guy noticed a bunch of Apple calls in the morning. So hopefully that pushes it as well. Flow. I'm not a flow guy. You guys are way better at that.
Oh, what doing nicely today, Jeffrey? I think you own that, right?
Which one?
Poet.
What?
POET. Poet.
Oh yeah. I strictly because of Butters. So he can stop yelling at me. No.
So Nvidia looks super bearish, man. Nvidia's gonna make it hard to get everything pushing higher. Looking at Microsoft, that looks bearish. Google's all the way at the bottom. Hopefully it'll bounce. You got Coin after having a sell off, had a bounce, could be recovering or it could be setting up for an H. Looking at the Dow looks strong as hell. Apple looks like it's ready to try to make that push higher. And Amazon, let's go. Drop it low.
Yeah, Amazon to me looks the worst.
wait, what? What was that? Amazon what? Sorry.
On the intraday, it just has this H pattern playing out. I think it just trapped a lot of people just for today above 220.
Okay.
I mean, I think it's got a chance to fill in the gap from yesterday down to 218.
Yeah.
And that bounces.
It's possible, yeah.
That might be asking for too much.
Yeah, I have no idea. I mean, definitely could fill more.
Yeah, I mean, pre-market low 218.20.
Real quick. Apple breaking out of that wedge. We're moving up here.
Breaking out of a 5 minute?
Yep. The little tiny wedge
Are you
pattern
in
on the
it?
5. Yes, I am.
Should I buy
called out
some, Jeffrey?
202.50s. Well, you do what you want. I'm in.
No, but
Jeffrey,
I'm trying to get a
what's
call
your
out from
speak
you.
call?
6,200.
Can I get a call? The app is the Apple a good call out?
I don't know. We'll see. I'm in it. I said I was in it.
Okay, so you like
I'm
it.
in Apple too.
If they so here's my thesis. A lot of GEX up on top, and you're seeing bullish, continuation going up. We're making higher highs. Nvidia's pulling back a little bit, so they'll take it out of Nvidia, put it in Apple. Apple will have to run up if we're gonna close 6,200. That's my thesis on the day.
Dude, you know what's unfucking believable? Also, what stock is just crazy to me is Royal Caribbean. This was at 200 and I thought it was overvalued, and it just keeps going higher. It's worth almost 83. It's worth 83 billion market cap right now.
Carnival's pumping too.
Yeah, but
Lower
this has
gas
been
prices,
going up
guys.
since
Lower gas
2023.
prices, lower oil, maybe. I don't know.
This went from 77 to 300 nonstop.
Those things run on like super heavy bunker oil, right? The big ships. I had no idea. Big
Yeah,
diesel
no, I
engine.
mean it's oil going down. It's bullish for travel, right? But it's just kind of, I think this Royal Caribbean's like
The
compared
fucking
to all the
boomers,
other.
guys. It's the boomers. They don't give a fuck. They sold their house at the top of the market. They're at the top of the stock market. Those selfish fuckers are living the life. Everyone else is fucked but the boomers. Just FYI. Blame your
Congrats, Jeffrey. Congrats.
not a boomer, son of a bitch. I feel
Yes, you are.
I feel like one, bro.
Dude, you are the new boomer generation, though, right? Now.
Well,
Well, Gen Z calls Gen X
Oh,
boomers
he's not in
because
his
they don't know
50s
what a real
really
boomer
yet,
is.
though.
Yeah, if you're over 40, I think that you'll get called a boomer.
Oh, fuck you.
See that, son?
Hey, I'm right there with you, dude.
You're right there.
Fuck you, Georgie.
Fucking boomer. Ronald's a boomer. Sorry, Ronald. Everyone except for Ronald, boomer or assholes.
Well,
But
actually, Georgie has like 20 kids, so it's all good.
We have 3, man.
Ronald, I want to apologize. I did not mean you. Everyone but you, sir. But
Dude,
you're probably taking a cruise.
He's a
as we
boomer.
speak.
What are you talking about?
That's what I said. I apologize for calling every boomer an asshole, but Ronald's not. Are you on the Caribbean right now? Are you on a cruise right now? He's on a cruise.
Fucking nice. Yields are kind of flat.
Message for Jeffrey.
Today. Go ahead.
I have a message for Jeffrey on behalf of every boomer out there who has children who stand to inherit from us. Wait your fucking turn.
True that.
These fucking boomers shouldn't
the
wait
great
till they're dead.
what do they call it? The great distribution. You know what I'm really scared of is a lot of the youth don't want to work and they don't like when that happens. The housing market's going to have a lot of empty houses. What do kids do? They sell it, right? There's probably 2.5 kids. They're not going to live there. They're going to sell it. There's going to be a lot of inventory. I don't know. I see when the last boomers retired, what does our economy look like, dude? That's a curious thing for me. They sell all their stock, they put it into bonds, they sell all the real estate. Like, who's gonna buy all this shit? Who's gonna buy their stocks? Who's gonna buy their real estate? Interesting thought. But anyways, we'll go back to the markets.
Robots are going to have to live somewhere. They'll buy it all.
There you go.
I mean, if robots have AGI, then they're going to have feelings, and they're going to get cold. They're going to want to be inside.
Come on, dudes. What's going on here?
What is that noise?
That's me. Nervous fingers.
So crazy pump in the market.
Yeah.
I had like 2
back.
hours.
We're seeing everything catching a bit, except for Nvidia. Nvidia is the only thing going through a bit of a downward shift, but you are seeing the S&P starting to outperform the Qs. Notice the Qs kind of lagging here because Nvidia's been going through some selling, but SPY's still at the highs. So a bit of a divergence. You're getting some broader participation from individual names. Oil's gone negative. Natural gas still at 4.67. BTC is looking like it's ready for a potential move. maybe an all-time high spike, or at least into 109. But I think BTC is shaping up here for a bigger move to the upside. We're getting a nice little breakout out of this 15-minute flag pattern on Bitcoin. Here just some minor little resistance here. But SPY just is still continuing its vertical ascent to the upside. Look at this SPX chart. That's a crazy wide opening range on SPX. Massive. Daily chart. Huge move through all-time high. You can see SPX wants this upsloping trend line. Won't hit it today, but over the next, I would say, 1 to 2 weeks, it looks like SPX wants higher price. Still think there could be an intraday pullback here now that Trump is done speaking. But the question is, if the market pulls back here, is nvidia going to catch a bounce? Perhaps. Yields have softened quite substantially. Seen Google go negative. Google's taken a little bit of a breather here. Nvidia, Amazon, they're the strong horses of the session. Nvidia is still seeing a little bit more downward pressure. Again, interesting to see SPY holding up so well. Potential little 3-minute chart head and shoulders on Nvidia. It's testing and breaking the neckline now, but Nvidia has a tendency to see the necklines being bought. That's a very common strategy. Nvidia necklines are bought, but we've tested it once. Potential lower high. Markets are still holding steady. Again, they achieved my upside target of the day. I don't suspect we're going to go higher, but the market's in a very strong bullish trend. Q2 window dressing being chased at full force. The S&P has taken leadership on the day above the Qs. IWM still outperforming everything. Selling off. So Nvidia is still looking heavy. QQQ looking a lot weaker here. With Nvidia, they are definitely selling Nvidia here. Apple curling down slightly. Google obviously going negative. Not looking too good. Let's look at Hood. Hood's still very strong, but coming in a little bit. Palantir's been weak all day. Trying to form a little bit of a base here. SPY coming in just a touch. This has been floundering sideways all day. See if we can come back down to the lower channel here and salvage these puts. Again, unlikely they'll get to target, but you never know. We could potentially still see a late afternoon sell side day. I didn't know Trump was speaking today. That's another thing that popped up unannounced on the calendar. Nvidia looking much, much heavier. SPY coming in as well. I'll stay on for another few more minutes, guys, and then basically wrap up the stream. I'll stay on until about 1 o'clock. Take an early Friday here. It'll be interesting to see if they end the day with a little topping tail on Nvidia. You're potentially trying to see a bit of a topping tail here, maybe on the daily coming in on NVDA. That would be interesting. That would certainly be interesting. SPY looking a little bit heavier. Again, likely going to see some dips, but dips have been being bought for the last 2 days with no sell side pressure in sight. IWM still strong on the session, coming in slightly from the highs, but still holding steady. You can see the IWM trading right into that 618 on the daily. And Nvidia is still drilling here to the downside. Looking much heavier here. NVDA starting to come in a little bit sharper now. That's putting pressure on the Qs. SPY coming in just a touch here. Bit of distribution happening in some of the megas. Apple's still trying to hold steady and suck in some of this nvidia liquidity. Remember, nvidia sells, generally the whole market should too, right? It's the world's largest company. Google's negative, Tesla's negative, nvidia's still up 1.3, and Mr. Softy is running into a bit of sell side pressure. We're getting a little bit heavier here in the tape. A little bit heavier here in the tape. $614 is still possible. Your previous all-time high is sitting around the 613.20 level, 613.23. Nvidia's finding a bit of support here. Oversold on the 5-minute chart for NVDA. Intraday bounce. Microsoft, potential little bear flag on Microsoft forming. So potential little 5-minute chart bear flag, losing the opening range high on Mr. MSFT. Let's look at Apple. Apple's looking a little bit more constructive in comparison. Let's look at Meta. Meta still looking okay. Amazon's been a leader today, so that's important. Amazon losing that opening range low, so that's starting to shape up into a bit of bearish price action. So a little bit more selling hitting the tape. Coming this minor bounce pivot high, where you saw a rejection twice and then your breakaway. So it's an aggressive long entry zone. So BTC did spike here, coming in a little bit. But there's a pretty decent intraday bull flag on the hourly chart of Bitcoin, consolidating here quite nicely. BBAI has flipped back to the green side. QuantumScape down 12.42%. Wow. QS getting rocked here. Nike still holding steady, seeing a little bit of sell side. Ford still doing well. CYN up 20% still. SoFi doing wonderfully today. That's up 3.76. Snapchat still holding steady. Coming in a little bit on Snapchat, but still holding steady. AMD's gone negative. So a little bit of a topping tail on the daily chart of AMD. See JP Morgan. SPY. Nvidia is still seeing a bit more selling. Tick in Nvidia here. Tesla stuck sideways. SPY still chopping around the 616 range. Apple's breaking out here to the upside, pushing higher. Solar stocks are under pressure today. SOXS call, July 18th. Yeah, still holding that. Yeah, it might bail. SPY looking a little bit heavier. Still weaken here. Microsoft starting to come in. Potentially breaking that bear flag that we discussed on Microsoft. That's looking somewhat weak. Should try to retest this opening range low on MSFT. Google still trying to bounce here. Let's look at Amazon. Amazon also potential little bear flag. Tesla's been forming a rather large intraday bear flag all day. Apple, that's still trying to suck up some of the liquidity in the market and move higher here, but Microsoft should weigh on things here. It is looking somewhat weak. Nvidia's obviously gone through a little bit of a sell-off, but now trying to bounce and back test the neckline. You kind of have two head and shoulders necklines on Nvidia. Question is, will it break? Time will certainly tell. AMD's gone negative, putting in a nice little daily topping tail on AMD. Quite crazy strength. Micron's obviously negative. That's still looking a little bit weaker in the session. You do have the SOXS here trying to go green off of a little bit of a daily bottoming tail, showing us that there is distribution signs in the market. SPY's back testing that first little pivot high zone. Nvidia's trying to firm up. Good CVNA. Yep, CVNA coming in pretty hard here. It's looking like it's doing an hourly chart liquidity sweep potential. Potential hourly chart liquidity sweep. So we got Cloudflare again. Yeah, NET, strong name as well, but Look at some put options on net as well, guys. Taking some downside hedges. This market is very long in the teeth here. It's trying to climb again. Potentially see a rotation out of mega cap tech and semis in the next, say, 1 to 2 weeks. Very short sell off in those names. Could see a rotation into biotech and healthcare. That's what I'm kind of seeing here, potentially on the horizon. A capital rotation trade out of some of the tech stocks, semiconductors, and into biotech and healthcare. XBI looks quite interesting, in my opinion. XBI looks somewhat interesting. Still staying firm here at 0.6. Markets are just chopping sideways. looking at getting out of my Jets position. Looking at trimming my full amount of Jets $23 calls. Jets 23 calls for 50% final profits. I'm all out of my Jets calls. Jets has made a stunning move and reversal, coming into some resistance here. Wide range red bar, markets are still extended. Has broken out on the intraday time frame, but a little more backing and filling in the markets.
Monte. Keep going. Apple did roll over. I'm out of all my positions. I had from 100 to 180% gain on that play. So happy with that.
By the way, Jeffrey, I don't see it in Nvidia. I don't see it breaking down today.
Okay.
I could be wrong.
Yeah, I don't
just
think
said
it breaks down more.
That's
I
fine.
think it might end up on the highs. That one.
I'm just saying what I see right now on the 5 is an inverse head and shoulders.
Kind of like Carvana too.
The neckline's there. I'm not saying it will. That's just what I'm seeing. If it doesn't break down here, then it's absolutely bullish. You can see 159. If it goes above the shoulder area here.
159. What's Nvidia? Sorry.
The highs, yeah. Nvidia. Like 158, 70, 159 area. The high of day. Because remember, if it doesn't break down and it reverses, that's bullish. It's a bullish pattern.
They look like they want to break it out right now, Jeffrey.
Yeah. We'll see.
We'll see, right.
Apple breaking down.
See, Jeffrey, I really wanted to short Apple at 202.5, but I thought you would just think I was doing it just to fuck with you, which wasn't
No. Listen, everybody's got their own trades, right? Like nobody saw Apple going to 202.50 but me, right? And I was right. You know, what am I going to do, Jay? You can short it.
Bull bear.
Oh my god, man! I
You
want
can
to
short
kick
it.
him in the mouth.
You can short it. It's tough going against me sometimes, but you know. I'm joking, fellas.
And he asks, "Why do they pick on me?"
Nom nom nom. What
I
you
don't
eating there,
cry.
son?
I don't
You
cry.
guys are fuckers. Why do you pick on me?
Listen. Do I cry or do
You
I
guys
just
are
poke back?
shit.
I just fire back, and usually I'll win.
You do cry a little bit.
Nah.
Yeah, you're like, why do you pick on me? Why are you
I've
ganging
never
up on
once
me?
fucking said that.
You
I
said
will
that
say this:
today.
if
Everyone's
they rug
ganging up on
Apple,
me.
if they rug Apple to 200, I will be buying it there for next week.
All right, this is looking heavy, guys. I think we break down from here.
Yeah, it looks like Jeffrey El Jefe. Heavy.
Who did that? I think that's kind of right. Is that Kevin? And you even see an inverse or a head and shoulders on the SPX.
I think that 6165 could be true. I mean, it ideally it wants to pull it under it. I mean, because it's a sell the call, so that's what it's hoping to do.
I'm grabbing 156 Nvidia puts for today.
I mean, that's what JP Morgan wants. They want the collar. They want this under the collar. Otherwise, he'll lose.
Oh, there's no one fucking. Are you kidding me? Oh, banger.
The JPM collar is 59.05. That's a long
That's the
way
mid collar.
down
The
from
top
here.
collar is 6165. That's the top end. There's a mid collar and the short.
Okay.
All right, I used some of my
What's
Apple
okay?
winnings.
I wasn't aware of that.
I apologize for jumping in. Apple's still fucking fading here.
Yeah,
I used some of my Apple winnings just with profit. I bought 100 cons of the 155 Nvidia puts. I wanted 156, but they don't have any. We'll see
Jeffrey,
if that's
the 202.5s for Apple are printing hard. The puts.
yeah.
They'll
Good.
still
Did you
pay.
get in?
No,
Wait,
I can't
is the
play
collar
zero
at
DTE.
6175? I could be wrong. Can someone double check this?
You're the one that knows in this group, son.
Well, fuck, man.
We go to you for that shit, son.
All right, I'll look up JPX. Fuck you guys.
If this reverses and heads back up over the shoulder, I'm out. But I got 100 cons. If this
Jeffrey,
market breaks down.
You were chatting. I was pulling these up. They were at 75 cents. They're at 110 now.
See, Jay, like I've got to get in the habit of swinging both ways fast.
Yeah.
I'm not good at that because I've got an ego, right? I'm like, I'm right.
Oh, I'm the same way. It's like, but that was exactly like it failed exactly where it's either it was going to fail there or it was going to push much higher.
Slowly breaking down. This could be a slow trend down.
Look at that H pattern on Rocket Lab.
The 6175 on SPX is the breakdown area that it needs to really.
6175.
Yeah, I mean it needs to break down there in my opinion. But
Catching a buzz, Big Kev.
So funny enough, Jeffrey, I'm of the opinion if we hold here the 6175, that Nvidia's the play back up.
It could be in my opinion,
I'm saying we need to hold here.
Yeah. Well, listen, if it reverses the head and shoulder pattern, that's a super bullish pattern. I agree with you. But just looking at Apple, just kind of knife. I'm assuming, hopefully, that the rest of the market starts to go too. But
yeah, Nvidia's had like this wild week. To me, it just seems like it will not just fully break down today. Where Apple's been.
You're right. I'm looking at it. It's struggling. It's kind of moving back up against me. So.
And still, that 157 is the pre-market high for Nvidia. So, to me, that's the.
Look at Apple. Fucking, that was the play, Jay. If Apple goes low, man, I think the market gives up. But
yeah, the 0 DTs and Apple went up 50% in the time you those Nvidias.
Yeah. But it's a clearer pattern for me right now, and for me the way I look at it. But fuck, it's not doing shit. Let me look at the GACs. Okay, they're taking away 6195, taking a lot of supply there off. 6190 some, 6185 is major GACs here. They are adding a 6170 down below for SPX. Gamma. Ooh. Jay, I hope to God you're an Apple, bro.
I'm not.
What are they now? 100%?
I don't know. I'm looking at Nvidia for next week. I don't.
Nvidia's difficult right here. If it reverses up, I'm going to cut these.
Damn, I knew Cabana was going to try to 320.
Damn. I've got a little bit of a hold here.
321.
Jeffrey, I think if you look at ES, you should reclaim 5230 and then maybe the longs on again, but I don't think you want a long below
6230.
Yeah, 6230. Yeah.
Oh yeah, just bounce. This is non-fair value area.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
It's bouncing. Yeah, 6230 is my other non-fair value area.
It could bump its head on that range that I had that box on. And then push back down. We'll see. Just kind of the top of the distribution that I saw earlier in the day. Kind of right here. Hopefully it fails, but it could just bust out.
Damn, I should have just bought. I should have looked at ES and bought some calls. That was a nice spot.
What are they doing on Tesla today? Just burning premium?
Yeah.
Yeah, it fucking thing hasn't moved.
Fuck, there goes Nvidia.
Yeah, I see it. I think I'm gonna cut. I'll cut at the shoulder. What is that gonna give me? Boy. I'm just gonna do it. I'll lose 200 instead of 600.
Yeah, I'm not really playing anything though.
Yeah, I don't have anything short term.
I do. I'm about to cut out though. Get me the fuck out. All right. Better than losing 600 on a lotto play. I lost 400. Excuse me, I lost 200. Sorry. I was
That
filled
short
100
here?
cons.
Fuck.
I was filled 100 cons.
Oh, that would have been nice.
155 at 6 cents, and I got out at 4 cents. I lost $200 on a $600 bet.
Son, you still short Circle?
Oh, I'm not short Circle. Fuck me. I should have went for it. I said it was gonna go new lows. Fuck.
Isn't
I
it
was
gonna go back to like 125?
Well, I think. Well, I think on Tuesday. What is it? Monday. I think they're gonna gap it up and shake more people out before pulling it down again. But it could be wishful thinking. Oklo, man, +3 for the day. Jesus Christ.
Man, if you play these Circle options right, the 150 puts for next week went from 50 cents to $2 today.
Fuck me. I should have been playing this more.
I've been in coin all the way, tracking Circle. That is the real play because they get half the revenue and they have 7.8 million shares of Circle.
Mm-hmm.
So is coin strictly getting hit today because of Circle? Or
Yeah,
just because it got
probably. It's related, right? The valuations affect each other.
Yes and no. So it's not. It's only related in the sense of, 7 million, 8 million shares. Let's call it. So couple of 100 million here and there. The amount of pullback today is just a gut reaction. It's not.
Hey, there must be news. Big
heavy
down
volume
candle.
coming into
Sorry,
SPY.
Whoa.
big red.
Yeah, boy. Hell yeah. Oh, I have 6165 puts on SPX. Holy shit.
It's crazy. These 614 puts
They
are
just
starting to
tripled.
wake up, holding through some deadly
Not a
pain
bad
here.
day.
But that's a nasty
Didn't hear you
breakdown
put
in
it on,
SPY.
but congratulations.
Yeah, I mean, I just found out.
That is a nasty breakdown in SPY. See if we can finally turn a bit of a profit. We're basically back to the flat side, slightly green on the 614s after being down 60-70%. Crazy market volatility. SPY target is around 614, but we could easily retest pre-market high. All right, guys, we're nicely in the money. 87 cents. All right, I'm trimming here. I just trimmed, guys. I just trimmed. Boom. Beautiful, beautiful. Amazing. Finally, they woke up. Those put options absolutely woke up. And I've bang from, oh man, that was crazy. From 56 cents to $1.08, almost 100%. And we still could put more downside into this tape. That's a nasty breakdown. You could have a 3-bar surge on the 5-minute chart. If we pierce through this all-time high, previous all-time high, that's where I'll look to trim the rest of my 614 puts. But they are in the money. Beautiful little dump. Beautiful little dump. And this is what trusting the charts is. Sometimes they just keep things buoyant. Beautiful. Amazing. Finally, my goodness. That's crazy. Tesla coming in hard now too, still looking heavy here on SPY. I think we could get a 3-bar surge on the 5-minute. Let's see if we get more downside. That was absolutely clinical. Just like that, right? Beautiful. So I'm looking for the next cover zone on SPY around a pierce of that previous all-time high. Contracts are sitting at 91 cents. Again, my average is sitting at 56 cents. Come on, give us a little bit more. Give us a little bit more. So finally, the put on SPY taking us to the promised land. 614s are in the money. But we should head a little bit lower. Give us a 5-minute 3-bar surge here on SPY. We've gotten 2 5-minute very bearish candles. A nice third one sweeping through previous all-time high. I'd look to take final profits and close out my 614s if we pierce this previous all-time high. So it could happen very quickly. Come on. Get me to $1.12. I want to see 100%. Yep, put volume increasing. Absolutely. Absolutely. Come on. Give us a little bit more downside. Here we go. Here we go. Come on. 3-bar surge on the 5-minute chart. 3-bar surge on the 5-minute chart. A little We're testing that opening range high, 613.71 on SPY. Come on, Nvidia dumping here some more. Tesla down 1%. Come on, guys, give it to us. One more snap down. Come on. Don't let these contracts go against you. I'm also keeping still half of my 614s. Come on, one more flush on this 5-minute candle. Yeah, observation there. Big bounce coming into SPY. Really healthy bounce. Can they do the gap late in the session? Imagine they took this market negative and filled the downside gap. It's certainly a possibility. It's certainly a possibility. Still got a couple hours left in the session. Markets are getting a little bit of a bounce here. CVNA was doing a pretty hard sweep on the 4-hour chart there. Very hard sweep coming in nicely on the hourly chart. Bitcoin's taking a bit of a dump as well. Let's look at Cloudflare. That's slowly coming in. Let's look at SOXS. Again, we've been accumulating some shorts and puts over the last hour here on the market. Taking quite a bit of longs off the table. We entered $8.50 calls on SOXS. That's trying to break out and trigger an inverse head and shoulders. We'll see if it wants to. But SPY obviously catching somewhat of a bid here. Bouncing on that opening range high. I still suspect more selling. Things definitely got interesting here. Here we go. Still want to see a flush on this 5-minute candle. Nvidia is still looking a little bit, still up 1% on the session, so it's still acting well, but triggering a bit of a bearish formation. So we got Microsoft. Microsoft looking quite heavy here. And Tesla looking heavy as well. Come on, SPY, come on down. Take the to close all of my contracts 614 puts. If we flush into this previous all-time high. So it could be quick, it could be sudden. There will be buyers there. I suspect we might wick through previous all-time high, but that's where I'm looking to close out these 614 0 DTEs, all right? Come on, give us more. A little bit more, a little bit more. I want to tap that previous all-time high or sweep it. Pierce it. I'm looking to exit all of my 614s. Come on, give it to us. A nice hard wick down. These contracts are flying. We're up over 100%. Come on, give it to us. Pierce it, pierce it, pierce it. It's going to do it. Come on, come on. One more knife into it. Sweep that liquidity off. Trying to defend it. They're defending it. Still holding. I want to see a potential flush through that zone. It is a nasty sell-off though. There is support there. But I'm being greedy. Nice big bounce off of that previous all-time high. Really solid bounce. Nvidia still looks heavy here. Seeing rejection. Force. Testing 614. We're building above that zone. Do not let these contracts go against you. Finally netting a nice trade on SPY. Beautiful. Decent bounce here. So still trying to firm up here. We still have 2 hours left of selling. I still have the runners on the table with a stop loss at 56 cents. That's my break even. I still have runners on the table. Half of my 614s at 56-cent break even. Took first trim at $1.08. I'm being greedy. Maybe we get a knife down through previous all-time high into gap fill. That could certainly happen. We also did take those farther dated puts on SPY. We took those July 3rd 615 puts. That was a nice little alert that I issued to members. We took SOXX 850 calls, a bearish play on the semiconductors. We took 182.50 net puts before the big dip. Obviously, the market's still in bullish environment on the larger time frame, but it needs a healthy correction. It would actually be very constructive if the S&P could go negative today and pull back and fill its gap. That would be a very healthy move. You can see on the SPX, if we fill that gap, that would be very constructive. And we could potentially get a 3-bar surge now on the hourly chart. So obviously in this hourly candle, there's still 27 minutes left in this candle for us to bounce around, chop sideways in this range. But a nice 15-minute pullback into opening range. A lot of bullish bias is sitting there, trying to buy it back up. But I would love to see this market go negative for the greater trend. The purpose of a greater uptrend, the market needs constructive pullbacks. And basically the vertical ascent in the SPX and semis is not that constructive. They did defend SPY there quite well. So these SPY runners are almost on the precipice of stopping me out. But 4 cents shy of 100% on those trades. Hourly chart still looks heavy, guys. Hourly chart still looks heavy. The ideal setup would be a 3-bar surge here on SPY hourly through previous all-time high into that gap. That would be beautiful to see. That could happen still. That could still happen. On a 3-bar surge, you like to see the first candle, then the second candle bigger, and then the third candle even bigger. And the volume's increasing, so let's see what happens here. Let's see what happens here. What else we got hitting the tape here? Where the heck did my iPad go? Well, lost my iPad. So natural gas and crude oil continuing to climb here. Natural gas up 5.36% on the session. What a beast. Making a recovery. Back to the high side. Natural gas. Look at that. It's an insane weekly chart bounce. Quite insane. Putting our UNG in profits. Nvidia looking a little bit heavy as well. SPY still trying to press higher. Got Very close to being stopped out at break even on the runners. SPY did stop me out on those runners. Break even. An aggressive zone to short again would be right into the 614.60 area. Still holding those July 3rd 615 puts on SPY. Those are up nicely. Sent out an alert at 347 a contract. They're now trading around the 385 zone. So again, I wouldn't mind seeing SPY continue to dip some more. Nice move up on SOXS there. Carvana bouncing phenomenally well here. Cloudflare pulling in from the highs but still holding steady. Microsoft still struggling here. IGV coming in quite nicely. So there's cloud stocks seeing some distribution. IGV going negative right now. You're still pretty extended in the markets here. See, we're still at the top of this SPY channel. Very, very still elevated in the grand scheme of things. All right, next leg down. Let's see. This is an aggressive 0 DTE zone. for SPY. Go. SPY's gonna retest this little bottoming tail. Looks like it. Come on. Chop it down. Chop it down, SPY. Chop it down. Let's go. Almost up 20% on the 615 July 3rd SPY put. You can see SOXX. SOXS is bouncing sharply here. Puts are absolutely flying here. Come on, these 615s are printing July 3rd. They are got so much time on them. Let's go negative. Let's go negative. Here we go. Come on. SPY's going to take out the lows. It's going to break this previous all-time high. Previous all-time high is coming. We're going to sweep that liquidity on SPY. Come on, sweep it. Let's go. 20% on the 615 SPY puts. Give us a sweep. Give us a sweep. Hourly candle still looking heavy. We're testing the opening range low on SPX. Opening hour candle low. We should break down. IWM. That's looking heavy. QQQ. Qs are looking heavy as well. Trying to bounce the markets a little bit here. That's an aggressive long entry here on SPY using your low of day as a stop loss, but I think we still go lower. Action-packed volatility all of a sudden hitting the tape. Taking our SPY puts from down 70% all the way up to about 100%. Beautiful. But I'm all out of the 614 0DTEs. We're riding now the July 3rd 615s as a swing trade. These net puts are starting to wake up. Beautiful bearish engulfing on the hourly there. Nice little potential topping tail there on Microsoft. Again, IGV definitely showing some signs of distribution. Look at the NDX, maybe a potential little topping tail. They're starting to sell us. I could see the NDX retesting the top of this channel, which would put it around 22,280. Again, a potential topping tail forming on SPX. I could see SPX next week. Healthy retest lower would be around 6120, give or take. Thanks for the info there, JP. So news hitting the tape. Trump putting on Truth Social. We will let Canada know the tariff that they will be paying to do business with the United States of America within the next 7-day period. Trump wrote on Truth Social. The abrupt blow-up in U.S.-Canada relations followed a flurry of optimism on the trade front that helped send stocks to a new record high on Friday, most notably U.S.-China, stepping closer to a full tariff and trade deal, making a pact to formally cement the informal trade. Look at SPY printing to the downside, guys. We're up over pushing 30% on these contracts. Beautiful, 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 beautiful. SPY puts are absolutely printing. Come on, give us another knife down. Those 0 DTs, if anyone's still holding the 614s, you just banked. You just absolutely printed on those 614s. Huge move. Wow. Stunning price action there, guys. Crude oil trying to firm up some more. Nat gas still at the highs of the session. Apple's about to go negative. SPY's still green here. Do they want to take SPY red? Do they want to take SPY red? It certainly could be in the cards, guys. It could definitely be in the cards. Nvidia is finding some support here. We got some 15-minute chart support. But the ultimate downside for Nvidia's head and shoulders that triggered is around 155.70. Come on, SPY. Give us more. Give us more. We're up a full dollar on these contracts. On the 615s. Let's go. I love it. Look at SOXS rocketing. Here we have net absolutely getting punished right now. Cloudflare, nasty breakdown. Microsoft getting absolutely clobbered intraday. Apple looks like it's got a bear flag, so we could go lower on Apple. Google, that's not Google. Google looks like it could go lower as well. Let's see, Meta. Meta's still been strong all session. Yeah, Meta's holding up okay. So we could still see lower price. Look at this market tumbling, guys. We're now targeting gap fill, the old gap and crack. It took a lot longer than I suspected, but look at that. What goes up must come down, and it comes down even faster, eh? Quite incredible. Quite incredible to witness that. Carvana still holding steady. CVNA's right at that little previous pivot zone high point breakout. It's trying. I think it's going to be a bit of a failure, but it's trying here, Carvana. SOXS is printing. Tesla's printing, guys. SPY is printing still to the downside. My oh my. Come on, take us negative. Take us negative on SPY. We're getting that potential. Well, that's a huge red candle. That's a huge red candle on SPY. I do have a potential long scalp on SPY if we pierce through that gap fill. Piercing through this gap fill, there is a potential long on SPY, guys. We are just knifing here. We're past the previous all-time high. nvidia is still knifing down. Come on, baby. Keep going. Keep pushing. Nasty sell-off here, guys. Nasty. Still want to see some more downside, guys. I still want to see some more downside. Obviously, there could be a bit of a bounce here. Starting to form a little bit of a positive divergence on the 1 and 3 minute time frame of SPY. The question is that enough? Is a 1 and 3 minute divergence enough? I don't think so. Maybe for a small bounce, but all right, I'm just doing some work here. We do have a potential long trade setting up for a nice 0 DTE bounce, but I want to see a little bit lower price. And this is very healthy, this pullback. We should have a little bit more. I want to see a little bit more downside. This is healthy for the bigger trend. Again, this is very healthy for the bigger trend. Guys, we could hit 610. If things get really nasty, 610, 64. If things get really nasty here, which I hope they do. All right, so I have a buy level on SPY for a day trade around zone here, guys. This is my day trade long level. We should knife into there. I want to see a knife. Let's just put long. Let's see if we get down there. Yes, we were. And it just shows you how fast contracts can change. Obviously, in the grand hindsight, we did get a bad fill. We were wrong in the very short term, but we were right overall. Yep, JP was right on the money. Same with us. We've netted a nice little profit today after it was looking grim off the open. All right, guys, so my plan on these 615s, if we get a flush through this gap, I'm going to look to trim half of my 615 SPY puts. But I have a very strong day trade level on SPY. SPY long, it's an aggressive, or it's not even that aggressive, but a 0 DTE long trade around 610.70 to 610.80. I would take some 611 0 DTE calls, maybe even a 612 bounce, depending on how we get into there. If we flush in the next 30 minutes into this zone, I would absolutely love that. There's bigger and sharper the sell. Keep it going. Keep it going. Look at this Cloudflare, guys. NET getting it demolished here. Beautiful. Let's check back at CVNA. That's starting to come in nicely. So the market could still keep drilling here to the downside, guys. We could still keep drilling. Come on. Keep it going. Keep it going. Flush us right into that hard gap. I want that gap. SPY's continuing, guys. SPY is continuing to fall here. All right, get ready for a bit of an aggressive long here. Come on, knife us through that gap. We're very, very close. We're very, very close. Want that gap fill. Take us. Guys, I'm trimming half of my SPY 615s here. Put my 615 puts there. Amazing. Amazing. Gap and crack. Beautiful. Beautiful. SPY is bouncing at the gap. Down. Beautiful. SPX is only approaching gap fill still on SPX, so we should go lower on SPY. SPY is coming into my, yeah, Tesla puts printed, everything printed. We were worried in the morning and that absolutely banked Tesla, SPY puts. I have a long level here on SPY coming up around that 610.85. I'm going to take a 0 DTE trade, but everyone had plenty of ample opportunity to catch yet again some massive wins here. So nice job if you held through a little bit of the pain, but what a dump. SPX is now filling its gap, so SPY could try to firm up here right on its gap. But I'm hoping that we get a liquidity flush through the gap fill, through these low pivots into the 610.80 zone. Guys, I'm all out of my SPY July 3rd 615 puts. Those are about $4 in the money. We're about to flip long here. We're about to flip long. I'm looking at a 0 DTE 611 call, 0 DTE 611 call once we flush into the screen zone. It's aggressive, but what profits from alerting this morning at 347 on the 615s to 560? Beautiful. All right, some buyers are stepping up into the picture here. Again, I'm looking at 611 0 DT calls here, right off this long level. We've telegraphed that I've exited my SPY 0 DTEs and 615 July 3rd puts for monster gains. Tesla 320 puts went deep in the money. Those are still printing. Net, Cloudflare, NET. We took put options at the highs on Net. Still writing some Carvana puts. Those are starting to wake up. We're also writing SOXS calls. Look at those printing 850s. Imagine those getting the money today. But look at SPY drilling to the downside, guys. This is an aggressive area. We're coming into it. We're about 20 to 30 cents away. Come on. Give it to us, SPY. A little bit lower. And I will be entering this trade. Nvidia is still breaking to the downside. Here we go. This is going to be a quick trade in and out, guys. This is going to be a quick bounce. I'm looking at 611.0 DTEs. Come on, give us a little bit more. Look at that full round trip. Gap and crack. I've preached this numerous times on the streams. The infamous Wall Street gap up sucks in that long liquidity, and then they just distribute and drill right into it. To think that the markets are just slightly red, down by only 0.1%, and we've had all of this selling, you know, that's a massive range. That's why gap ups are so powerful, right? Whereas I wasn't looking to go unless it hit my level, but what an epic bounce. You can see how precise we were, almost hitting our exact level. But the main thing is that we warned people to stay away from this gap fill. You could come down and get a sweep of this low pivot. There's certainly enough time. Still got an hour and 15 minutes left. Charts are still looking weak. There's still a lot of distribution. So I'm not interested in going long unless we sweep this level. So that's just the way it is. I'm happy with how today has gone. We missed a bit of the entry, but that's okay. I mean, just to catch an epic move like this to the downside, it's hard to catch both directions. I mean, that's what we're trying to do here, but to catch both directions is quite hard. But again, nice extraordinary bounce. You can see we came within 20 cents of our long, 15 cents of our long level. I mean, it is what it is. But there's still time to go lower today. Now it's you know, there's still a lot of extended charts like out there. You've had some of the mega caps certainly see a bit of distribution. Go figure, you still have natural gas trending strong on the session. IWM's gone negative, down by 0.37. Qs are negative. Microsoft's negative. Nvidia's still up 0.65%. Apple's still green. Google's negative. Amazon's slightly green. Meta's slightly green. Tesla down 1.82. Semis have gone negative. So that's okay though. We printed. We absolutely printed. So I'm happy. It's certainly fallen here nicely. Still has more. It still has more. You can see Nvidia fulfilled its upside target or downside target. That low. We'll see if it wants to give us any more. We all are. Yes, we are. But nice job if you were able to hold through that. Trusting some of the charts, making a killer close to Friday. I love closing the weekend green. Absolutely crushed it. Yeah, Bart's saying with AMD and Roblox red puts difficult to close. Yeah, it is. It is. Yep. Let's see this Valero. Believe it or not, we could get more downside. This is a big level for SPY, but we could get some more downside. There's absolutely a little bit more juice to squeeze in this. I'd still consider going long off of this level, guys. But I'd let it pierce it now. I'd still consider going long on SPY. So I'm looking at some 140 calls August 1st on Valero. 140 calls August 1st. SPY coming right back down. This is a retrace, guys. Let's see if we get a full retrace on SPY. I'd love to see a full retrace. Come on, give us a little bit more. Still interested in some SPY calls, believe it or not. SPY coming in. You could still get a 0 DT bounce, but it's riskier now that we had a big bounce here. I'm getting 611 0 DTEs. If you want 610s, they're a little less risky. All right, we're tapping buy level. The 611 SPY calls. It kissed that level there. Beautiful. I'm long the 611 SPY calls. Beautiful, guys. Patiently waiting. Come on, give us more. Give us more. Give us more. Everyone had plenty of time to watch that level. We tapped it. We tapped it. Beautiful. Come on. Give us a move. Give us a bigger move. Bigger move. Bigger move. Come on. Let's take us back to gap. Take us back to gap. Here we go. Come on. Come on. What's the sell side pressure? Here we go, guys. They're moving. They're moving. Here we go. Come on. I've given you that level quite a long time ago when we're trading well above the gap. This was the long level. We should see a nice move off of this zone. Come on. Give it to us. Give it to us. Come on. They don't bounce it here. We're going to 610. Wow. Come on. Give it to us. They're still trying to melt it a little bit here. Melting it a little bit. Tesla's still looking weak. Here we go. We're testing this support zone yet again. They're trying to take us down here. Microsoft looking very heavy, that's why. Give us a bounce. Give us a bounce. Come on, SPY 0 DTEs. Come on. Come on. Bounce it. Bounce it. All right, Microsoft's catching a bid. Here we go. This should be the potential little local bottom. Nvidia's getting a little green shoot here. Microsoft's getting a green shoot here. Come on. Some small time positive divergences everywhere. Come on. It's a big level. We don't hold here. Gets nasty. Gets nasty. We do not hold this level. It gets really nasty. Come on, give us a little bounce. Big, big technical level, guys. On SPX, we've had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 consecutive 15-minute down candles. Look at the move. Come on, our level's holding for now. 10 consecutive 15-minute down candles on SPX. Can you believe that, eh? Look at this sell side pressure. Look at that move. Insane. Count it up. Count it up. Here we go. Fucking print. Let's go. Come on. Big bounce. Big bounce. Come on. My volume's low. Can I get a mic check, guys? How is it? Barry, welcome to the stream, Barry. Come on. Give us more. Give us more. All good on your end, Surfers? Thank you. Come on, guys. Give us a bigger bounce. These 611 0 DTEs. We should make a move back to gap. Should get a retest of that area. Give us a bounce. Give it to us. Give it to us. We're up on these contracts. All right, do not let these contracts go against you guys now. Do not let them go against you. My average is at 82 cents. Wow. Come on. But thanks for the feedback, Barry. All right, guys, I'm looking for a trim around 611.89, this gap fill. That's where I'd take first trim. Right now, I'm just going to keep a break-even stop loss on the trade, which is at 82 cents. 82 cents. Because if we knife down here, it's potentially troublesome. Come on, give it to us. Nvidia's trying to perk up a touch here. There's some other individual names. Net, Cloudflare has gone negative, full round trip on NET. Good to see. Come on, S&P. Driving factors of the sell-off? Technical sell-off mixed with some fundamental news. I think it's mainly technicals. We were very extended on the 515 hourly chart. But one of our members, JP, did put in there that trade relations between Canada and the US are breaking down, which ultimately I don't think that relatively hits the stock market as much, but it kind of sets a precedent for other countries, right? Boom! Look at the bounce. Yes! Come on, get to target, guys. If you're wanting to trim, by all means, I'm just going to keep a break even. We printed on the SPY puts. We're now long, telegraphed that level for quite a long time. Come on, give us more. Give us more. A lot of selling here. People now trying to flip the script and panicking out of their longs. Still a lot of extended charts out there. Still some names that could go red. Apple's red, SPY's red. Bitcoin's seen a sell-off. Give us more, SPY. Give us more. Come on. Uh-oh. This is dangerous. Are we gonna take out the lows on the session? Nvidia's trying to curl. Microsoft still trying to firm up a touch here. But is there any other news that you guys are seeing hit the tape? Other than technically we were overbought on the 515 hourly chart, as well as the Trump-Canada relationships breaking down a bit, threatening Canada with more tariffs, potentially pulling out of NATO as well. And guys, please hit that like button. We printed on 320 Tesla puts. We printed on the SPY puts. Now we're in SPY calls. It's been great. Yep, JP saying I think profit taking was there. Could be. Could be. Very short-term scalpers. But I'm still holding for that gap. I want that gap retest. We are up nicely on these contracts. We are up nicely on these contracts so far. The 0 DTEs, I got filled at 82 cents, sniping this lower bottom wick. That was telegraphed at least 15 minutes in advance. Come on. Contracts now printing $1 to the high side. First trim, I'll trim half of my contracts at this gap retest. But I'm maintaining a break-even stop loss, guys. Here we go. Fuck yes. Come on. Keep it going, SPY. Keep it going. We're riding the 611 0 DTE call after we took puts for just under 100%. We're now flipping back for a day trade scalp. I'm still being greedy, could have taken profits there, but I'm just maintaining a break-even stop. That's all I care about right now. In case they want to give us a nice power hour pump, that's all I really care about right now. Keep in mind, larger time frame, markets are still bullish. This is a nice corrective pullback. I love seeing this after we were trending so high on the charts. I love seeing this. Very, very healthy. Come on, keep it going, keep it going. Pump it into 612. Pump it into 612. These contracts will explode if we get to 612. Come on. Here we go. Making a move. Come on, SPY. Keep punching. Keep punching. Microsoft's being a little bit of a dead weight right now. That's not really participating, but nvidia is starting to perk up. Contracts are trading at $1.04. Come on, we're up about 20 cents per contract. I think there's more. I want target. Give me gap fill retest. Give me gap. Look at this. We're exploding. We're exploding. Come on. All right, guys, so I'm trimming half at gap fill, and I'll move stop loss to in the money. Come on. Come on. A little impulse candle. Give me an impulse candle. Give me that 1 minute impulse candle. Do it. Big spike. Come on. Big spike through. Come on. Give me that volume surge. Give it to us. You're oversold. Buyers step in, recapture the gap, take it back to positive. We will sell right into that gap again. Come on. Guys, I'm getting ready here. I'm getting ready to take my first trim. Come on. You know you got more, SPY. You know you got more. Don't tease us. Get through that gap again. I want to see a nice green shoot. Could be a quick sell off that zone. Again, SPY's still constructive. We should have an impulse through the move here. Come on, breakout. SPY's trying to break this little bit of a downtrend. Still a lot of heavy names out there. Come on, get ready to take profits here, guys. Again, trimming half right through this gap. Messed up the gap there. Come on. There it is. It's tapping the gap, guys. It's tapping the gap. I just trimmed half. Beautiful. Gap was tagged, guys. The gap fill was tagged. So retesting that gap again. Amazing. Yes. And we could keep going higher. They could still grind this higher now. But keeping us in the money stop at $1. Beautiful. Beautiful. Everyone that was here, we had that level telegraphed on our chart. Amazing. Amazing. Beautiful. Yes. That is how you do it, guys. Trade is risk-free. Trade is risk-free. Next target, backtesting previous all-time high. That if we can get through this gap, that's where SPY wants to go, back to previous all-time high. So beautiful, from 82 cents to $1.23. Stunning. So we trade both directions. We made just over 90% on the SPY 0 DTEs. We made just over 75% on the 615 SPY puts. We just flipped bullish off of that technical level. Made 50% on first trim with an in the money stop at $1. Couldn't ask for a cleaner setup, guys. Couldn't ask for a cleaner setup than that. Amazing. Now let's see if these runners print even more. I wouldn't mind retesting back to all-time high there. Amazing. Stunning. Wow, that's tiring. That is tiring. And we still have 50 minutes left? I'm exhausted just from that little action there. I'm exhausted. Zero DTEs are another beast. They take it out of you. They just require full focus. Plus you're managing a stream. It's insane. It's insane. But let's just recap things here right now. So nat gas still pumping. That's up 5.3%. Bitcoin below 107. Still in negative territory. SPX and SPY are basically flat. Still partially green. QQQ, gap, and crack basically still down on the session by 0.9%. Microsoft has gone negative by 0.42%. nvidia is still green on the session. As you can see, it's trying to firm up off of that opening range low. Let's just pull up the 15-minute chart. Look at that opening range low nvidia is defending. Quite stunning. I want to thank one of the members for this little bit of an indicator that we're testing out and trying. Bart, well done. We're going to keep making it better and better, but nice little opening range mixed in with some prior day highs and lows. Apple is still holding positive territory. Google is down by 0.34%. Amazon still green, up 0.62%. That's been a strong name. I know JP was writing some calls on that from a few days back. Meta, that's still positive on the session. Tesla, just nasty. Nasty. And honestly, with this pullback, Tesla could now potentially be ready for a swing trade. Look at the monster bounce. Can we take these to 100%? They're absolutely printing right now. Let's go, man. Yes. Look at these guys. $1.64 and I'd be up 100%. That's what I'm looking for. Crazy action here. Crazy. I was trying to end my stream at 1 o'clock as well until this extra volatility. I was literally going to go cut my grass because it was sunny and then it started raining and then the market started falling. And look at this. I'm glad I was able to stay because we absolutely printed. And guys, I think, yeah. Thank you, Henry. Looking at Valero here, that's another one that's backtesting its breakout zone. I think that Valero and some energy stocks are still constructive, should catch a move higher. So we're taking a stab off of this backtest. Nice little full-on retrace. Thank you, JP. Love yours too. You're a beast. Lots of action. Still deep in the money on these contracts, guys. If you want to trail your stop loss up, I'm just going to leave it at $1 even. If we get a significant move higher, then I will look for a bit of a continuation trailing stop loss higher. But let's see what a retrace would be of this move. You can see we're at that first fib level. Next zone is 612.96. So that's where we're currently retesting. Thank you, Sarfraz. So again, 612.96, just below 613. I'm going to hold those. In case we go through more distribution, I want to see 850s get in the money. So basically we entered some SOXS calls, and this is again a hedge. I still think there's a very extended semiconductor market. Again, we entered right at the 786. We entered the 850 call options. I think 850 is still a reasonable target, just in case they want to gap us down on Monday. But again, it's quarter two end. Monday's the last trading session of the quarter. So I'm not suspecting they gap us down. But come July, I think there could be a little bit more profit taking in the market. Look at these 0 DTE 611s are ripping, moonshotting right now. You guys want to know why I took this level? If we get a big spike here, I'll go over why I took this long level on SPY. A little bit of a teachable moment. We'll give you some contracts to $1.56. Wow. Again, we're sitting at an 82-cent average, all called out here, telegraphed on the live stream. Please hit that like button, guys. Things are absolutely printing. JP saying because my indicators say so. Yeah, Trader 586 saying need one more day for window dressing. Could be. Could be. Here comes the potential pump in the market. Henry Joby. I'll pull up Joby here on my other chart. Side view. For a swing trade, yeah, Joby's looking pretty strong. Yeah, Joby's looking pretty strong, Henry. I would say at the minimum, you're probably gonna, once there's this selling is done in the markets here, you're probably gonna push for above 10 bucks, 10.20. And then I would want to see a bull flag right underneath this resistance. But it does look like Joby should head higher. It's had a solid week this week. Weekly chart's looking quite constructive here. Couple interesting patterns, maybe an inverse head and shoulders forming on the weekly chart. Not a bad find. Not a bad find there. I would say it's a little bit premature, the inverse head and shoulders, especially this right shoulder. It needs a little bit more consolidation. So it could use a little bit more backing and filling. But it's looking quite positive, I would say. Good to see that, look, you filled this beautiful technical gap to the downside, back tested, boom, big hammer off of it. So that's pretty impressive for sure. I'm tempted to get into some Tesla calls here, guys. I'm tempted. I know we were discussing Tesla, when was it, yesterday? And I am tempted to take some upside 360 calls on Tesla. I think it tried having a bit of a breakdown here. and it's trying to recapture and recover on the hourly chart. I'm contemplating. I'm going to watch it into the end of the close. See how these markets want to trade. Sarfar is also planning Tesla calls. Again, market's still in a strong uptrend, even with this nasty sell-off. We do have a bit of uncertainty around tariffs approaching that July 9th time frame, so Q3 could be off to a bit of a bumpy start, but technically we're still in a very strong uptrend in this market. Okay. But yeah, Tesla, I'm looking at Tesla here, and the only concern is that it's back inside of this channel. You're under the opening range of today, and you're failing at this green bar, potentially triggering a head and shoulders. You have triggered a head and shoulders on the hourly chart, but this is more of a daily chart setup. Let's actually look at the 4-hour chart. How about the weekly? Yeah, weekly charts also. They just always try to make Tesla's charts scary. The question is it going to break down here and trigger this head and shoulders? Let me see what these, does anyone have any bullish flow on Tesla? Anyone seen any bullish flow on Tesla? For, let's see what the open interest is. So a 10% move from current levels would put Tesla back to around 350, give or take. 350. Well, let's see the open interest is. 104 contracts, 0.35 delta and 5 vol. 340 calls are good. What expiration are you looking at, Surfers? It's probably a better to wait till Monday. JP's saying he'll wait for Monday to jump in on Tesla. It's probably better, for sure. You want it to touch 316. Interesting. Yes, now as the level's already gone. 340s for August 1st gives us a month to rally 6%. I can do it in one day. 1675. So if I get 10 contracts, it's about 18,000. Yep, SPY's flying. Don't miss it. We still have those 0 DTE 611 calls. Henry saying Tesla delivery number. When's that date, Henry? Thank you for that, by the way. Do you have that date? I wonder what the statistical trends are of Tesla after its delivery numbers. I wonder if it pumps or dumps. Let's see if we can find that out. just pick up a few contracts, maybe 2 or 3. If we go lower, I can always average a little bit down. Trying to close back inside of this wick. All right, I'm gonna wait on Tesla, guys. I'm gonna use some due diligence and patience with Tesla. It's a little troublesome buying this pattern. Technicals are pointing to a little bit lower, so I'm personally gonna wait, but I am interested in taking some upside Tesla calls. But I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna wait. With JP. Henry saying Tesla doesn't publish delivery numbers monthly, only quarterly, and the quarter 2 2025 report is expected on Wednesday, July 2nd. Thank you, Henry. Much appreciated. So Wednesday, July 2nd could be. All right. Maybe I'll even wait till Wednesday. Maybe we get some more selling fear that the numbers are coming out poorly, but we'll wait. Look at SPY flying, guys. SPY's absolutely printing here. Amazing. Amazing. All right, I'm probably going to look to exit all of these 0 DTEs, 611 SPY calls very shortly off of the potential next little pop here. If we get a little bit of a 1 minute pop here. Percent on these contracts. Come on. They are printing. All right, guys, I'm all out of SPY. I'm all out. SPY contracts sold at $1.80. Beautiful. All out of SPY. Amazing. So locked in final profits 120%. And should have been able to catch that trade with us. That's what I like to end on a Friday note. Amazing. And again, thank you all for tuning in, guys. I know it was some rough waters at the highs here, but this is the type of move we were looking for. And it certainly has paid dividends here just by exercising patience, trusting the charts. Whew. Tired, guys. I am exhausted. I am exhausted. And you can see SPY's even trying to trigger a little bit of a 1 minute bullish inverse head and shoulders here. 614 maybe. Thank you all for tuning in, guys. Crazy session here. Look at that massive surge late into the session. Palantir got absolutely smoked. Closed those put options on Palantir. Kind of wish we kept some runners on the SPY trade, but nevertheless, we still had a wonderful trading session here. All brought to you live for free. Please hit that like button. Enjoy your weekend, everybody. Get a little bit of a break away from the screens, and we will see you for next week. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in. Cheers.